All right. Welcome to the May meeting of the Delta Independent Science Board. I want to call the meeting to order and give you a brief overview of the public commenting process. We will take written comments and questions throughout the meeting. You can follow instructions on your screen or on the meeting notice. I'll take the roll call now of the members to establish a quorum. Virginia?
Virginia Dale.
Turn mic's on.
Yeah.
Virginia Dale, I have no new declarations. All right. Tanya, who is online.
Tanya Heikela, no new declarations.
Diane McKnight will join us in the afternoon. Anna,
Black, no new declarations.
Bob,
Bob Nyman, no new declarations.
Obi,
Jayanta Obesekara, no new declarations.
Kenny Rose, no new declarations.
Lisa.
Lisa Wanger, no new declarations.
Oh, and I'm Inge Werner, and I have no new declarations. So I'll give a brief overview of the agenda of the main items at least. We will get an update on the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program by the California Department of Water Resources. We will get an overview of the recently released Golden Mussel Response Framework by the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. And we will discuss the summary of select literature on climate science to inform the Delta ISB's upcoming climate symposium. We will also report on public comments received on the draft contaminants monitoring review prospectus. Are there public comments at this point?
There are none.
All right. Agenda item 2 is the Delta ISB's chair report and business matters. So as announced last time already, Bob Nyman and I will participate in the Council's May 22 meeting at the California Natural Resources Agency building. I will present a brief update on our activities, but the main focus is the food webs review that Bob will present. Next, I'll provide some brief updates on ongoing activities with regard to the decision-making under deep uncertainty activities. The review leads have submitted a journal article on the inventory and analysis of scenario planning in the Delta region for a special issue of post-normal decision-making of the San Francisco Estuary and Watershed Sciences Journal. Big thanks to Shoko Shinbrook of the ISB support staff, for her leadership on this effort. The next step is to develop the final DMDU review and to include findings and recommendations. That's still ongoing. Regarding the manuscript, the monitoring manuscript, we call it, Margot Mattson, who has concluded her California Sea Grant State Fellowship, is still working on turning the ISB's monitoring enterprise review into a manuscript for submission to ecological indicators. A draft was circulated to current and former board members who were involved in the review, and comments have been provided to Margot, who is working with Virginia Dale to address those comments. This is considered a communication product of a completed review by individual board members and is not a formal product of the Delta ISB. Since the last meeting, we received the following public correspondence from California Water Research, a briefing on global poleward shift of atmospheric rivers in December, January, and February, and the implications for hydroclimate in California and the Southwest. Thank you very much. Are there public comments?
There are none.
And our speakers just arrived. Welcome. Agenda item 3 is a presentation by the California Department of Water Resources, an update on the Healthy Rivers and Landscape Program. So I'll just provide a little bit of background on that. There were several names circulated. So the agreements to support healthy rivers and landscapes, which are now called the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes Program, consist of commitments for environmental flows and habitat restoration across the Sacramento-San Joaquin Bay-Delta watershed. The program is currently under consideration for being incorporated into the State Water Resources Control Board's update to the Bay-Delta Water Quality Control Plan, which is also called Bay-Delta Plan. A major component is a comprehensive science program guided by a science committee that ensures strategic monitoring, research, and reporting to inform adaptive management of the flow and habitat commitments during the term of the proposed 8-year program. If the program is adopted into the Bay Delta Plan, the Delta ISB will be asked to provide review and input on the scientific rationale for continuing or modifying the program in year 8. That's a while from now. So, Dr. Louise Conrad, Dr. Eric Lobuszewski, and Pascal Gertler, who just arrived, welcome, of the California Department of Water Resources will now provide an update on the program, including the draft strategic plan, draft governance program, and draft science plan. So thank you very much for being here, and I'll hand over to you.
Right. You guys hear me okay? Thank you. Good morning, and a big thank you for the invitation to be here this morning. It's our pleasure to be here. Sorry if we were a little late, but we're here now. So
No problem.
I'm Eric, Dr. Lobuszewski with Department of Water Resources. I manage our department's efforts on this Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program. We're here today to provide you, as you gave a great overview, thank you, an overview of the HRL program, but mainly here to focus upon the collaborative science program attached to the larger Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program. I'm joined this morning by Dr. Louise Conrad to my left and Pascal Gertler to my right. You guys want to do quick names and titles?
Sure. So good morning, and echoing the thanks for the invitations. Great to be here. So as Eric said, I am Louise Conrad. I serve as lead scientist for the Department of Water Resources, and I have been co-leading the science committee that we'll be talking about for the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program since the fall of 2022.
And hi, happy to be here, Pascal. I am an executive at DWR, an environmental program manager, co-leading the science committee with Louise.
All right, I think we can jump into the presentation here. Go to that first slide or next slide. Great, thank you. So not to belabor all the different names, but the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program is a combination of new environmental flows and habitat restoration throughout the Bay Delta watershed. We'll get into that more here shortly. The program is being proposed or has been proposed by a consortium of state, federal, and local water districts as a pathway for complying with an updated State Water Resource Control Board Water Quality Control Plan. A lot of words together there, but that is what fundamentally this program is designed, or it's helping to support, we'll say. In March 2022, so a few years ago now, this group of the consortium of the state, federal, and local water agencies signed an MOU that created what was at the time termed the Voluntary Agreement Proposal, which has now been renamed for the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes Proposal, Healthy Rivers Landscapes program. This name change was intentional. It's not meant to confuse the matter, but the point is we wanted to avoid confusion with if the water board chooses to adopt this proposal, it becomes no longer voluntary. It becomes something that's actually required through regulation. So shedding the term voluntary again was intentional there to really focus in on the intent of what the program's driving to do, and to make it not sound like it's optional to implement. Next slide, please. All right, so I mentioned give you a quick overview of what is at a high level in the proposal. So the program's goal is to make meaningful progress towards improving ecosystem conditions for native fish species. So not just salmon, not just smelt, but native fish species holistically. The program is novel because it frames a collaborative approach to governance across at least 8 major tributaries and the Delta. There's on the schematic there on the screen on the right, you see the larger Bay-Delta watershed. The river systems highlighted in yellow are participating as part of the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program. The program is guided by a collaborative and comprehensive science plan. Louise and Pascal will be touching on that here in a minute, with an underlying intent to bring us closer to what I might call the elusive one Delta, one science concept that has been out there for a long while. So that is a maybe lofty but fundamental goal that we are trying to make progress towards. So core components of this program include new environmental flows. So additional in-tributary flows, additional outflow, upwards of 850,000 acre feet. Actually, I'm scared, 825,000 acre feet, depending upon the water year type. That's why you see a range up on your screen. Approximately 30,000 acres of habitat restoration and enhancements within the tributaries, again, the ones highlighted in yellow there, within the flood bypasses, so think Sutter bypass and Yellow bypass, and within the Delta. Finally, if that's not enough, a hub for a collaborative and comprehensive governance and science program. This approach, so turning to the schematic at the bottom left of the screen, this approach integrates flow and habitat measures intended to better promote species resiliency than strictly a flow only or habitat only approach. You kind of think about the combination of those two drivers at providing those more synergistic benefits to species. Next slide, please. All right, so this schematic represents, it highlights kind of the collaborative groups that make up this larger Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program. I'm not going to go through it in depth, but on the right of the screen there, those are the individual tributaries that themselves have their own coordination and governance group structures. On the left is a lot of the state, federal agencies working together with those tributaries. And then at the bottom of the screen are some separate, but not separate, they're integral groups that help inform that larger governance structure. In particular, noting, and at the bottom center of the screen is the HRL Science Committee. Again, very closely attached to the science program that we're going to be talking about some more today. Last point I'm going to make on this slide, well, 2 more points on this slide is one, this program overall is holding space for tribal and NGO or environmental organization engagement. We currently do not have robust participation from those entities in this program yet. But both in the science committee, science plan, as well as a larger governance structure, there's intentional space being held for engagement and inclusion there. Second point is, looking at these various boxes and some of the groupings that I referred to earlier, we're looking to leverage a lot of existing resources wherever possible. This is not meant to be reinventing the wheel wherever possible, taking advantage both in an organizational space and in ongoing science and monitoring space, taking advantage of those resources. Again, knitting together here in this more coordinated fashion. I think that's the end of my slides. And I'm passing it out to someone. So.
We have to, yes.
Sorry, didn't push hard enough. All right, for the rest of the talk, we're going to be focusing on the science program. So this Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program promises a comprehensive science program, meaning it will be comprehensive across participating systems and provide synthesis information and program outcomes. What's my computer doing? So the science program will function to inform decision-making by the governance entities, identify what metrics should be tracked and report on them in regular reports, provide recommendations for adaptive management of both the flow and habitat measures, and oversee a science and monitoring plan. The reporting information will be key to the State Water Board's process towards the end of the 8-year program on whether there is scientific rationale for continuing. The Science Committee oversees the science program and in this way increases transparency and cohesion of information across systems and is a way that supports adaptive management. Members primarily come from the same groups as the signatories of the 2022 MOU, but there is an invitation for other groups to participate if they come with expertise that will enhance the program. As Eric mentioned, we have a publicly available charter on the CNRA website that describes principles, oversight process for developing the science plan, our commitment to peer review, and our definition for best available science, which is inclusive of Indigenous knowledge. The principles lean into two things, which I think I will get to in the next slide. So I want to spend some time talking about the structure. Oops. Next slide, please, Emma. Thank you. Of the science plan itself. So this is a big system, and our science plan is a framework that's meant to guide system-specific science plans and support adaptive management. So the science plan, which is available online and currently undergoing peer review with the Delta Stewardship Council, is hypothesis-based, and it is meant to be a framework. And we'll get into the hypotheses in a number of different slides here in more detail. But it's not system specific, so it's meant to be generalized for the types of flow and habitat measures that are being considered as part of the program. There's also a chapter that does a high-level crosswalk between information needs and existing monitoring efforts, pointing to major information gaps that we need to address. And we will expect the more detailed implementation type content in those individual project and system science plans, which are being developed currently. Next slide. So this is one of our figures from our science plan. It's an overall schematic of how the hypotheses are structured. There are about 55 of them. And we adopted this tiered approach because we have this varying spatial scale from local to full system. The first tier regards habitat measures only, so it's not looking at flow measures. And all types of habitat measures from salmon spawning habitat down to the tidal wetlands are covered, as well as our 3 assessments, which I'll get into in more detail in a few slides. The second tier regards individual systems and looks at predicted impacts of flow measures and how they interact with those habitat commitments. And the third tier gets into the full system scale and looks at overall abundance and vital rates of native species, which links to our program goals more generally. Next slide. So at this local tier, we're asking and predicting the responses of 4 basic questions about habitat restoration projects. Was the proposed habitat built? Is the built habitat providing suitable conditions? What are the food web impacts if those were intended as part of this project? And what are the target species using that built habitat? And next slide. Within this local tier, Each of the hypotheses corresponds with one of our assessments of our projects, which is part of our reporting commitment. And so I'm going to run through a few examples of each of our accounting suitability and utilization assessment hypotheses. Next slide, please. So this is an example of an accounting hypothesis in the tidal wetlands. So in this case, we're asking the question, was the habitat built? And so our metric is area according to the project design, with depth and thinking about water depth and inundation. So really our focus is on the intended benefits of a project. And then for each hypothesis, in addition to measuring a metric, we also have a basis for comparison. And so in this case, it's a DEM representing the pre-project topography relative to high water. Next slide. When we think about suitability assessments and hypotheses, that's where we get into water quality conditions that are relevant to the restoration project's target native fish and modeled residence time. And again, we have this comparison. In this case, it's reference suitability of approximate habitat outside the restoration area. And then one more slide, please, Edmund. And then finally, we have a number of different utilization and biological effectiveness assessments and hypotheses that may apply to any one restoration project. This example looks at the presence of target fish species, the coverage of submerged and floating invasive aquatic vegetation and predators. And similarly, our comparison is either pre-project or reference conditions. And with that, I think I will hand it to Louise to talk about this broader scale hypothesis.
Thanks, Pascal. So moving into the second tier of hypotheses, as Pascal said earlier, this is where we are looking at flow measures in both the delta and in the tributaries, and then observing whether we see indicators that we're seeing the benefits of a synergy of habitat and flow assets being provided jointly. So the questions we're asking at this scale are on the left side of the screen there, and focus on, for the tributaries, whether spring pulse flows are supporting improved outmigration survival in the tributaries, and whether in these individual systems whether we're seeing evidence of increased juvenile production per female spawner in the case of Chinook salmon, and whether we're seeing increases in life history diversity that might be measured as the timing of outmigration from the tributary systems, or body size of the fish as they leave, and whether we're seeing that variability. And whether the stream conditions, and then in the delta, whether we're seeing increased spring delta outflow support increased abundance of native fishes. And there, many of our hypotheses do focus on longfin smelt as a species that is related to outflow and has a strong relationship in the studies that have been done. And we're looking as well at salmon survival through the delta. Next slide. So one of the other aspects of the science plan, which, as Pascal noted, is currently under peer review facilitated by the Delta Science Program. So we started to look at what are the monitoring networks needed for evaluation of these hypotheses. We spent a fair amount of time looking at the existing monitoring networks for salmon in the participating tributary systems. And what you're seeing there on the right-hand side is a map with the symbology indicating what are the monitoring networks able to support at this time, and whether their data are already publicly available, which is one of our principles for the Science Committee and for provision of data, that it needs to be publicly available. So this is a gap analysis, essentially, of the monitoring networks to support collection of data around the metrics that are named in the science plan to address the specific hypotheses. And our goal here is to build on these programs to start meeting the needs for the monitoring network for those hypotheses. And as we discussed this and had many series of conversations with monitoring leads across these systems, felt that it was important to be able to say what are our minimum standards. So there's a lot of variability in the approach, methodologies, and how data are reported across the system. And as Eric mentioned at the beginning, our real the prize we're trying to get to ultimately is this one Delta, one science, where we have more consistency, more interoperability, and the ability to bring data together rapidly to provide information and report that out in a regulatory context with the State Water Board. So we really need to be clear about what the standards for monitoring are going to be. And so our science plan does have a whole section dedicated to what we see as minimum standards, and then what additional standards, which we're terming gold standards, could be achieved to provide even more information and enrich our knowledge on how salmon are responding to the flow and habitat assets. Next slide. So for going back to the valley floor, the bypass and floodplain bypass habitat and tidal wetland restoration habitat, I think the purpose of this slide here is to acknowledge that a lot of work has been done, particularly in the bypass systems, and we know from decades of monitoring and research that when juvenile salmon have access to floodplain bypass floodplain habitat, they respond by growing very well. There are still questions about survival, but there is this benefit in the juvenile stage for growth and rearing. And then as this line of research has continued, we've been investigating new tools to observe what are the benefits for the whole life cycle. What are some potential ways that we could look at whether that floodplain rearing opportunity plays out in the adult life stage and provides benefits later on. And that 2021 paper that's referenced on the lower left-hand side of the slide is one of kind of now becoming a body of research that demonstrates that you can observe off-channel rearing habitat in the eye lenses and otolith microchemistry to see evidence even in fish that are much later on in life, and how they had that opportunity. So we are now looking at research that can examine the proportion of the population that's showing this evidence in their hard and soft tissues of floodplain or off-channel rearing, and then hoping to use that tool in the adult life stage to see what proportion of those that are coming back, the success stories that have been able to survive, what proportion of those. And that's still a story that's yet to be written, but that's where we get to some of the metrics that we actually talk about this in the science plan and how we hope to build out and use this tool to look at whole life cycle benefits of bypass rearing. Next slide. And now this is to acknowledge that ultimately one of our goals is to provide information that can be used for adaptive management and inform decision-making and policy, getting to that 8-year mark that Chair Werner talked about at the very beginning, that we have to, this program leads towards a major report of the ecological outcomes analysis report in year 7 of the program. And that is what I believe in the draft program of implementation released by the State Water Board in October of 2024, the Independent Science Board is named as potentially reviewing this report at that point and providing that independent review. So what we would like to be able to do for that report is to, over the term of the program, be developing information that can then be used to inform decision support models, that can then ultimately be used to look at different scenarios for management and restoration, and with an even more robust data source beneath it. and then inform what that recommendation might be, that would be supported by evidence in the ecological outcomes analysis report. So these decision support tools have been used in other systems, yes, in other systems, but also in the Central Valley for questions such as what restoration projects should be prioritized. And that paper that's referenced on this slide is an example of where this has been used for the Central Valley Improvement Act and used to prioritize potential restoration projects. So that's just an example, but an example of the kind of process that we would like to continue to support through the science program to inform adaptive management and the ecological outcomes analysis report. Next slide. So we're going to close with an acknowledgement of the size of the science committee and in the interest of transparency, actually show names of the participation and the entities that are participating, with a lot of support from state agencies, the California Natural Resources Agency, as well as independent facilitation support from Compass, as really critical, and been all as a team working very hard together to produce this science plan that now is ready for peer review and is undergoing peer review now. So lots of teamwork here, and still hoping to grow this team as we get to implementation and broaden participation to include some of the groups that Eric mentioned at the beginning, tribes and environmental organizations. And I think that is the last slide that we have, and we're happy to take questions and any comments that you may have.
Thank you so much for this great presentation, giving us insights into the plan. I'd like to open it up to questions. Virginia?
Well, thank you. You've made a whole lot of progress, and we're going to be looking forward to hearing what happens in the future. But I have a question now about the tribes and the NGOs, because as heard all along, it's so important to engage groups up front, and you've already made so much progress. Will there be an opportunity, or maybe there's already been some engagement of them that hasn't been so formal? Could you talk about that?
Okay, I'll start. I think we've all been so immersed in this that everybody has something to say here. So I think this is a great point, and there's multiple opportunities for engagement. So one part I'd like to say is that just like the hypotheses, there's multiple tiers to this program, and every restoration project is going to need to have tribal consultation. So there's always that opportunity at that local scale to have consultation and have that input on design and approach to projects, and incorporating Indigenous knowledge at that stage. And then at those meeting bodies that we showed on the slide of the Science Committee and the Governance Committee, there we're holding space, and we have through the public process that the board runs, of course, there's opportunity there. But that's, I think, not enough, because that is what has been going on, and we still don't have that participation at the scale that we would like. So what the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program is starting to do now is develop a formal tribal engagement plan. And that is now contracted with Kearns and West to get additional support to develop outreach plans and get more capacity for tribal engagement in that way. And I think Pascal might have more to add.
I think you covered it really well.
Oh.
I just, some of our tribal engagement and consultation is confidential, but it is ongoing for individual projects.
Okay, well, I'm glad to hear that's happening, but what is often learned is that it's important to go to these groups and not expect them to come to you. You're all nodding, you know that.
Yeah, and I think that's what the engagement plan will help us develop a strategy for doing that.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess the part we didn't say that I think is important is that was it 2024, the roundtable events. We held two, California Natural Resources Agency with leadership from the Secretary of Natural Resources and department heads from Water Resources and Department of Fish and Wildlife held two roundtable events where it was where tribes were invited specifically. It was not open to the public. It was for tribes where we could really explain what this program is. And our agency staff were able to help facilitate the tribal liaison policy folks, not us, were able to facilitate roundtable discussions, caucuses for tribes to have discussions within that time of how their individual tribes might be interested in participating or not interested in participating or have questions. And so we could start helping them to have those conversations that they need to have and then provide that input to us. And those are intended to continue. What we'd like to do is get this tribal engagement plan more formalized so that we can continue those conversations in a way that makes sense with that full plan that is developing. So I agree. Yes, we do need to be proactive. And I think we have some start to that. We need to do more. And we're trying to do so in a very intentional way moving forward.
All right. Tanya had her hand up really quickly. Tanya Heikkila.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for the presentation, and I agree that it's wonderful to see the progress that you're making here. And I have a question that's more of a follow-up, I think, to Virginia's comment. When I was listening to the presentation and some of the questions that you were presenting as the kind of guiding questions for performance evaluation, the kind of the first question that was laid out was, was the habitat built? And I think that there's a precursor question that you might want to include, which is, how was the habitat selected? What was the process by which decision-making happened that went into that? So it's more of an evaluation of that process of inclusion that you just talked about, thinking about the tribal engagement planning as a process that you can evaluate and that you can track and compare as you're going through this process, because I suspect at the tributary level, there might be differences in how that process plays out and in the selection of, which restoration projects are happening and where and how, that process could make a difference in the performance of those outcomes. So just encourage you to kind of think about how you formally integrate that analysis of how well the process is working into the broader performance kind of approach. So I guess I want a question, more of a comment.
Would you like to respond?
Yeah, no, I think, thank you for that. I mean, I think it's a great observation and I'd concur with, what you laid out there. I think it is something that we absolutely can add to, our list to make sure we track and we can, discuss and report out on. One thing that does come to mind in hearing your comment there is we are trying to keep a fairly comprehensive list of, I'm going to call them potential restoration projects or projects that we'd like to have in our project pipeline, if you will. And that is something that we're trying to compile across all of these multiple watersheds. So at the very, very least, it's a resource for our program to start to look at the landscape, no pun intended, of all the different projects that we're trying to achieve and implement for that duration. And it does seem like it is also a resource that lets you start to look at all of those projects and what may be more, maybe gives you an idea of what should be prioritized, gives you an idea of where those projects are, what may have gone into getting them on that list to begin with, so forth and so on. So again, I look at it right now as a resource, but having that in a more comprehensive shared fashion, gets hopefully everyone the ability to see what maybe the Yuba River, for example, has on their lists of projects they'd like to achieve. But we can then look at that in that more comprehensive way across, what are the lists of projects on the American and in the Delta and so forth and so on. So just acknowledging, absolutely understand your point, and just wanted to mention we are trying to do that to a small degree through kind of this project list that we keep as much as possible accurate, if you will.
Kenny?
Hey, Eric. It's been a while. I have a series, but I'll just go down them. Picking up that thread, I'm always concerned when you get a list of favorite projects to choose from. And I didn't hear anything or much about doing an assessment of what's limiting, what's critical, what design. And you might want to use that list, but that doesn't mean that that's optimal, right? As you know. The other was a couple of minor ones, and then the big one at the end, the finale. I would drop the word comprehensive science plan. It looked like every other science plan in terms of how comprehensive it was. So I was looking for the extra comprehensive part, and it's a very good science plan. So you're doing a lot of implementation monitoring, which is, you need to. I was surprised that the effectiveness monitoring was longfin and salmon. I don't consider either of those that representative of the native fish community that would use these habitats, right? Salmon is always a special case, right? And longfin's pretty downstream, right? It goes up there, but and so you might want to also think about a lot of those surveys have community level metrics you can use to really, I think you might underestimate the benefits of those habitat. We've been trying to tease apart drivers of salmon populations for decades, and you're going to look for a signal of new habitat, and that's going to be difficult. So you might, I wouldn't put all the eggs in those two species. We struggle with those, as you know. And the other thing is, I would have a section on managing expectations. As you know, fish don't cooperate all the time. And you might want to make sure that what you're doing has a signal to noise ratio that can be detected. And it could be somewhat subtle. So I guess I was worse than Tanya. I didn't have a single question in that whole thing, but those are just some of the thoughts that came, and especially as you cited Peterson's paper, and that is a way to optimize, right, decisions. And so it all starts with the universe of possibilities you set out. Right. So I think that was my major comment. I should ask. I think it's great. I think it looks very exciting. I haven't looked at it in great detail, but those were more my concerns about it. Let's see, how can I end with a question? I have no questions. Thanks.
Would you like to respond?
I would. But I cede the floor to my colleagues if they want to speak first. No? Okay. Well, there's a lot there. And I feel like ticking through at so I think one of your comments, I'm not sure if this was the first now, but was to drop the word comprehensive. And fair point. There's more that could be done to make it super comprehensive. I believe, and Eric Lobachevsky is gonna correct me if I'm wrong. Comprehensive comes from the term sheet. I think that it's meant to be. It's a official word in terms of when the program was initiated with that MOU term sheet in 2022. Is the spirit of it, the intent of it, is acknowledging that, hey, right now what we do is our own thing in each tributary and then in the Delta, and we kind of have these separate these these separate science programs going on. And what we're trying to do here is bring them into one comprehensive science program. And that's what, the slides that we showed of, hey, here's all these monitoring programs and here's a gap analysis of what they do and they don't do. That's what we mean by comprehensive. Totally open to, maybe it's not the perfect word, but that's, just wanted to respond that that's what the intent is.
I see.
And is this consistency with the term sheet that we're trying to achieve through our documents.
So, it's cross basin or cross
Yes,
tributary.
Exactly. Yeah.
Meaning, okay.
So, and then on the community piece, the fish community in the Delta, I really appreciate that feedback, that thinking about a community metric for the fish community, that's very appropriate. I do, and we will think hard about that and take that in as we also receive feedback from another set of reviewers. And then I did want to say that we do have hypotheses regarding sturgeon and native minnows, especially as they regard the bypass floodplains. So we tried to be inclusive of other species, but don't have, I don't think, a community metric for fish. And I agree that some of the longstanding surveys offer that opportunity. One of the reasons that longfin is named is because it does have this relationship with outflow. And one of the things we're trying to do with the science plan is really have very intentional hypotheses that relate to the program assets. So yes, we'd love to see, a thriving community of all native fishes. And that is an overarching long-term goal. But we also need to really relate our information gathering to what our science-based hypotheses of what we think we might be able to observe. So there's that. I just wanted to add that lens.
I would add that it's, you can have indicator species, but
Right.
I wouldn't limit it to those two.
Yeah,
if you do that.
I appreciate that feedback. That's helpful.
So that was a question, actually.
Yeah, that was a question. See, that was good. But I also need to respond to your point about having a section on managing expectations. So that's really important. And this is a question. It is a question that we get a lot: is how are you really going to do this? And 8 years might seem like a long time, but it's really not. And it's definitely not for salmon that have this 3-year life cycle. So we don't even have 3 points on the line. So I think that we don't have an official section about let us manage your expectations. But we do have a lot of qualifying language, especially in that third tier of hypotheses where we're tracking population scale metrics, that we call them hypotheses still, but we also say this is going to be really hard to really measure over the time frame. But given the narrative objectives in the State Water Board's plan, it's really important that we track them. And I would be interested at some point in your take and others' takes of, like, did we do enough to manage expectations in the science plan? We do say that probably not going to be able to see anything at that scale over the term of 8 years. That's why we have a tiered set of hypotheses where we start looking at the local scale, because that's where you're going to be able to measure things on the time scale of the program. And then we do hope that at the tributary scale, we can on an annual basis get signals of how are the species responding to the program measures. Yep.
Thank you for that, Louise. Obi.
Just have a clarifying question. I think this conversation may have helped me, I'm an engineer, so I'm looking at from an engineering point of view. So you're trying to understand the benefits of a flow and habitat implementation, and I'm trying to determine, is the science plan and the monitoring plan designed to understand the delta change that could be attributable to those environmental flows and others in the midst of all these other external factors that may be influencing your response metrics, right? So this idea of local to tributary might be one answer to that. I was wondering if were there any thoughts on designing this science and monitoring plan to see can we get the delta change at the end of the 8 years or in the long run to show the benefits of environmental flows or increased habitats?
So let me clarify the second part of that question. The question is, will the science plan look towards the long term? Is that's
Yeah, after 8 years.
after 8
Yeah.
years?
Because there are going to be questions
Yeah.
like, we invested so much on
Right.
projects,
Mm-hmm.
and how do you separate that delta benefit from those programs versus all the other things that are happening in the system?
Yeah, that's a really good question. And I'm going to say, I don't think I have the perfect answer, but this is something to think about. It does get to that 8-year decision point of if we are continuing, then we would certainly hope that the support for the science program would continue as well. Because that is an investment along with the projects to make that science infrastructure investment. So that will be part of the consideration for the State Water Board. And one of the, as a scientist, I'm excited to see there be a requirement for science, right? It's always a good thing to maintain that ability for adaptive management and tracking. So that's one piece. The other thing I want to acknowledge about your question that was really, I think, astute there's all these other things going on besides what this program is doing. And they have those things, whether it's water temperature or harmful algal blooms or whatever, they're having effects on the species that we're trying to manage.
Right.
Is a really good point. And our approach right now in the science plan is to have, especially in the Delta, we do this, we name covariates, important things to be measuring alongside what we are our direct metrics for detecting whether there's some kind of response. So, for example, we have a section on describing the kinds of studies that might be really helpful for tidal wetlands to understand whether impacts of invasive aquatic vegetation or predators might be undercutting some of the benefits we hope to see for native fish and for those types of projects. So that's one of the ways that we're trying to cope with that factor, because it's a really good point. And we don't have control or program elements that try to address those necessarily all the time. I mean, and for salmon, they go to the ocean.
Right.
So there's a lot that could happen there that could then impact populations. That's one of the reasons we really wanted to make sure we're measuring productivity within tributaries. So we can get them to the Delta, and then we got to get them out of the Delta. And then Healthy Rivers and Landscape's not going to really touch what happens in the ocean. So that's why having metrics of what are we able to produce on average from a female spawner in these systems, got to be able to measure that.
Thank you.
And I just want to add, the science plan is also addressing some institutional challenges to answering these questions. So the minimum and gold standards that Louise mentioned talk about efficiency at screw traps for larger individuals, which is a challenge for many systems. And it's going to be important to measure, are we getting projects that are growing fish that are then getting bigger juveniles, right? So we need to have that bigger juvenile efficiency. Similarly, our knowledge gap addresses the challenges with the fractional marking system that happens at hatcheries, and the fact that we're focused on natural production, and in some systems it's very difficult to understand what the natural production is on reds. And so we are trying to get ahead of some of these challenges, science challenges, that are a bit more institutional as well.
Thank you.
One final point, thank you for that, and more on the long-running nature of everything at play here is one observation I've had, whether it's part of the science committee or science plan or part of this larger governance structure with the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program that we've already stood up, is we're pulling together a multitude of different entities, through the tributaries and into the Delta, including, suppliers south of Delta that don't typically sit in the same room historically. And I think at the risk of being overly optimistic, it's just, I think having a venue where we're kind of, like it or not, forcing people to have the same conversations around, yeah, what is going on in the Delta is related to what goes on up on the Tuolumne or up on the Yuba, and not picking on any particular tributary. It's just, it's not that those conversations don't occur, and there's not that there's not previous venues for that, but this is a way, both in the science committee and in that governance structure, there people are kind of being held responsible at some point for the same thing, and so it does encourage that dialogue space. And I think there's, my hope is that regardless of what happens, with the board decision, regardless of what happens in 8 years from now, that has some long lasting effects. So.
Thank you for that, Bob.
Thank you.
Question?
There we go. Well, first of all, I think there's a lot to like in your documents. I really, really like this program a lot. I like the fact that it's hypothesis based, that even though it's you have to use a word other than comprehensive, but it is comprehensive in my mind. And there's just a lot there. And the one thing it reminded me of was the Columbia River Fish and Wildlife Program. There's a lot of similarities with that program, and it's been going on for well over 30 years. And a lot of the issues that you're facing are ones that I sat on the science board there for over a decade advising on that. And a lot of the things that you're facing today are things that within the Columbia River, we discussed decades ago and tried to come up with solutions for. The one thing there's a lot to take away from the Columbia experience too, but the one thing that we were really good at in focusing on salmon is we were able to create habitat for so many non-native fishes. It was unbelievable. We have American shad now, where we have a commercial fishery. We were spending hundreds of millions of dollars on habitat restoration, and we have probably the largest stickleback population that the world has ever seen, responding to our habitat restoration and so forth. And which really brings me to the idea, that Kenny said earlier, is that having a metric for fish community responses is very, very important. So I think there's a lot of lessons from the Columbia that might give you some insights into things that you might see down the road, because we tried so many different things. But the one thing that came out of the Columbia experience, and I suspect it'll probably be the same here, is, Louise, you referred to it earlier. It was one science, one Delta, is building that infrastructure and, pulling the groups together, the data sets together, the people together, and also opening their eyes, to thinking, their minds really thinking about these issues at a landscape scale. And that they work as an integrated teams rather than as individuals, either at the sub-watershed or watershed level. And if I were to look out 8 years, I would say that maybe your greatest contribution is building that infrastructure. From my Columbia experiences, I don't expect you'll see a lot. You'll see some things with the fish, but it's going to take longer than 8 years. A lot longer than 8 years, most likely. But if you can build that infrastructure for having one Delta, one science, that would be a huge, huge success in my mind. It would really, set things up for a very productive and very long future on that score. One other thing that I guess, again, I always come back to the experiences on the Columbia, is, we spent hundreds of millions of dollars on habitat restoration, especially, a lot in tributaries and so forth. But when you look at it at a landscape scale, I'm sure you realize this, is that we were spending a lot of money basically developing postage stamps, tiny little postage stamps of good habitat on a massive landscape. And we would see responses within these little postage stamps we do, even though it sounds like a lot of acreage, 5,000, 10,000 acres and so forth. At a landscape scale, it's really tiny. There's lots of other things going on in that landscape that are going to influence these little places where you've put a lot of effort into. And again, I think they will show responses, but whether they'll show responses at a landscape scale remains to be seen. So, and that's where I think having your network and your people, your communities and so forth, everybody's working together, that these can be demonstration sites to show what's possible. And if you can get it into the community, the larger community, that if you expand these efforts or just take a little bit of care on other parts of the watershed, that overall you'll have a success. But using these as demonstration sites can go such a long, long way, towards success. As long as you don't get too many sticklebacks coming in, things like that. But if you start to show, you're getting better outputs of salmon or whatever, native fishes, whatever you want. So anyway, I think there's a lot to learn there, and I really like this program a lot. And I think it's going to be a learning experience. So it really is. So anyway, I wish you the best on that. I don't have any questions, just maybe some advice from, other experiences in other places.
Well, I just want to say thank you for those remarks. They definitely resonate, and I appreciate the affirmation that this science infrastructure piece is really important, and then just that perspective that it may take a long time. I think Pascal, I'm looking at Pascal because she's doing a lot of leadership for getting people into a place where they start doing things in a more similar way.
Mhm.
And it is taking a long time, and we want it done now. So it is helpful to hear that other systems have also tried this, and that it takes a long time. We hope to make rapid progress, but there may be some holdout areas that we're going to have to, continue to work on. And so just thank you. Thank you for that perspective and for your attention to this program.
Well, maybe one quick follow-up to that is that as a science board, we spent a lot of time going out and doing site reviews, going out into the communities as a science board and working with the tribes as well. The tribes were paramount in the Columbia, are paramount in the Columbia Basin. And that did a lot in terms of bringing the communities together at the watershed levels, so that we would go out and we would visit with them and be on the ground with them. And it's not the only thing that brought the communities together to focus. But I thought in the end, it was incredibly helpful that we were out there a lot as scientists and advisors and available to them. And that made a big difference over a period of years, not just one visit, but over sequential visits every 2 to 3, 4 years.
Thank you.
I actually have some questions. So actually it connects to some of the things that Bob was saying. You mentioned that people use different methods, approaches, generating different kinds of data, etc. One science, one Delta. Are you planning to have, well, and this can be a real challenge, right? To make people move from method to method or harmonizing these approaches across the watershed. Do you plan on having a database of some sort and protocols for all these people? And how is the resulting data going to connect to existing historical data? So do you have a plan for that?
Yeah, so one of our commitments is to develop a data management plan in the first year of implementation. And at the moment, we also have data management commitments in our charter. And so we are supporting an open science kind of framework where you would use tools like GitHub and EDI to publish data set and make sure everything's fully accessible and reproducible. Because we have a very ambitious reporting schedule, if our first synthesis report is due in year 3, we do need to make sure that everything is machine readable and compatible at the very beginning. So that is our plan.
Okay, but the long-term thing, if, you know, if people have been collecting this kind of data with this method, is there going to be like,
There is some
is
of
it
that.
going to be comparable?
Yeah, so one of the benefits of having the hypotheses is we can really focus on what is our outcome, what are we looking to measure, and in that way we can make decisions about, so the minimum gold standards for the juvenile framework, we had a workshop and decided we need to get on the same page about how we collect the data itself. So the monitoring programs are going to need to adjust. But for the adult data, we decided each tributary, maybe it makes sense for them to collect data slightly differently because they're different sizes and they have different runs and different species. But we can use an analytical framework in that case to pull everything together as long as all of the systems are collecting data in a way where we can estimate error in the same way. So we're kind of making different decisions with different data sets depending on our goal.
Okay. And I know databases are costly and they need to be maintained and all of that. So there's no plan to establish a database for all this?
The expectation is that they would publish their data on an accessible website.
Okay.
And then I think each institution, so there's the different governance entities you saw in Eric's slides. Each institution might have some different rules about archiving. Like as a state agency, we have different rules potentially than a public water agency might. But they should be available online, so they should live there.
Perfectly fine. My other question, which is, well, I don't know, maybe you can or cannot answer it. So what does the State Water Board's decision to include this in their new plan, in their updated plan, what does it depend on? Or is it, I mean, it sounds like such a great program, right? Is there hope? In other words?
I'll try that one. Yes, I mean, ultimately, the state board is its own, independent authority. And so they, have a board staff or board makeup of 5 members, and they can, they at some point have to make movement on adopting an updated water quality control plan. And at this point, we're looking at sometime within the next year or so that decision there on that updated water quality control plan would get rendered. Right now, this Healthy Rivers and Landscapes approach is a component of that water quality control plan. So the decision then that would be in front of the board is whether to, I probably not the best one to answer this, but it would go along the lines of something like adopt the water quality control plan as currently articulated or modified in its draft form. That's publicly available. And that could include yes on including the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes. It could be no, we're going the regulatory approach. It could be some modification of all of those approaches. So that is a decision that is still pending. But like I said, it's no firm schedule, but it would be ideally within the next year that decision is rendered.
I wish you luck. Yeah. Yes. Thank you. Lauren.
Yeah, I just wanted to add a couple things. It looks like you've done a ton of work already, and especially in your evaluation and your gap analysis that you talked about, which sounds like great additions. I'm just thinking of the Independent Science Board's monitoring enterprise review, and essentially I think you've done some updates to that information with some maybe more thorough analyses. So just wondering if you concur with that. Oh, and then I'll add, it also seems like you've identified some research needs research gaps. And of course, at the science program, we're always interested in those to take into account for our science action agenda. So I think those are important contributions. And then had one last thing, and this is on top of, I think it was mainly Bob's comment, but recognizing the challenge of bringing people together, the organizational component. You know, I've now been well-trained by our social scientists that's a social science issue, I think, and that you could have a metric for that as well. And like, that's an achievement. You know, as you're making progress on that, you know, tout that and get the word out. So those were my 3 comments.
Thank you. Really helpful. So on the first one, which was about the monitoring enterprise review and whether we added to it, I would say I don't quite concur, because the scope is different. This was what we did for the science plan is really the tributaries. And my understanding is that the Bay-Delta watershed, the monitoring enterprise review is really Delta focused. So different, but hey, you know, when we bring them together, it gets more comprehensive. That was intentional. So we do acknowledge the monitoring enterprise review in the science plan, and we even provided it as supplementary material for the review that's happening now, that's on the Delta Science Program's website. So it's very linked. And I also, in response to I guess one of the questions earlier, I did want to acknowledge the monitoring enterprise review as really being an important framework that we are trying to encourage adoption of for having a one Delta, one science type infrastructure that remains relevant. Because the recommendation is to make sure you're continuing to update programs and maintain their relevance to the current information needs. And it's really important. So we would like to do that to the extent our scope of the Healthy Rivers and Landscape Science program can be contributing. It's really important. So on the science gaps and whether we've identified new, yes, I agree. I think it would take some distillation to pull out exactly what's named, to say, okay, these are some research projects that need to happen. However, that's going to start happening as there are project and system-specific science plans that are developed. Because what we have now is a framework, as Pascal said earlier. It's a framework. It's kind of generic hypotheses almost across all these different tributaries. But each individual tributary is now tasked and is in the process now of writing their own science plan. It's going to get a lot more granular on these is the specific way we're going to enhance our monitoring network. These are the research questions we need to be asking for our system. So that's going to be happening in this next phase of the process, which we are not waiting for a state water board decision to do. We are moving now on getting those done, because we really need those plans to hit the ground running on day 1 of adoption. And then bringing people together and having a metric for that, that's fun to think about. We will. I think this is really helpful. It's like a different community metric than we were talking about earlier with the fish. But the people are really the ones that are making it happen, right? So our way of measuring that is something to think about. Would really value engagement from Delta Science Program, honestly, on how to develop that in a robust way that we could really measure. So thank you for that idea.
Great.
Helpful.
Yeah. I was just going to add on the MRR, on the monitoring enterprise review, I think I was thinking, you know, not just one Delta, one science, but one watershed, one Delta, one estuary, one science, right? So I find it interesting. I was actually putting it all together in my head. And yeah, so that's what we really need.
Yeah. Great. Thank you.
All right, I don't see any more signs and hands. I want to thank you again for coming out. Oh, do we have public comments?
Yes, we have one public comment from Deirdre Desjardins. And if anyone online has a public comment, feel free to use your raise hand function via Zoom. Deirdre, you have the ability to unmute your microphone. Thank you.
Thank you. Deirdre Desjardins with California Water Research. And I've been advocating since 2012 to consider climate change impacts on runoff in the watersheds, and it's still not being done. And there was a big regime shift in the North Pacific in 2013. And there's a really striking increase in temperatures since 2013. And we're now seeing, if you look at the nonlinear trends, it's like a 2 degrees C increase in over the base period, the earliest 30 years, 1895 to 1925. And a lot of California's climate divisions. And I think it's evapotranspiration is having a huge effect. And we're also in a decadal scale dry period where we're having fewer atmospheric rivers hit. So I'm wondering if there's any way to get this into the science plan, because I think that Michael Dettinger said in 2008, we're in the middle of climate change, and I really think we're starting to see very significant impacts of these nonlinear temperature increases in the watersheds. Thank you. Also, if you look at the Palmer Drought Severity Index, there's a huge declining trend all across the state, and that affects runoff as well. Thank you.
Would you like to respond?
Yeah, I can give a little response. You know, one of the components of our Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program we didn't really touch on today. I think it was on that one of those graphics that I showed with all of the little boxes, but we have a flow operations team that is charged with putting together a robust flow accounting methodologies and tracking the flow. So, you know, we talked a lot about the science components today, but there's maybe an equally robust component of this program that is intended to look at things as simply as, did these flows manifest and materialize as envisioned or not? And that is, again, a cross watershed approach that's being done, you know, from the tributaries down into and through the Delta. And maybe not immediately or directly related to your question. I think it's related, but it would be a way where if that flow accounting approach is starting to showcase, you know, flows are not manifesting as intended, you know, I think it behooves the whole program then to start to work on figuring out why, and if there's climate change forcings afoot that are causing, you know, that discrepancy between what would have been predicted or envisioned to occur versus what actually occurred. You know, again, it's knitting together a diverse group of people to try to understand those drivers. I do think that has some feedback loop then into the science plan overall, because, you know, the science plan is based partly on, you know, what are these flows doing, you know, how are fish benefiting from them. So I think we could probably try to talk, you know, think through a little more robust ways to call out that climate change forcings. It does crosswalk though between the science plan and everything we were talking about here versus this flow operations group that you know, we haven't talked about, but it is part of the program.
Thank you.
If I could just make one follow-up comment. If you look at trends over the last 40 years, you see declining flow trends across watersheds, and it's to be expected because research is showing that the Southwest United States was in a mega pluvial. That was one of the wettest periods from 77 to 98, and then they've been in 21st century mega drought. And both of those are made more intense with global warming. So it's quite striking, and there just hasn't been that analysis. People tend to do a linear trend over the entire century. But if you look at the last 40 years, and there's starting to be analyses that show why. But if you look at the trends over the last 40 years, as opposed to over the last 100 years, it's very striking in all the watersheds. So you don't have to wait to see it. You just have to consider what if the current trend continues.
That's it. Okay, Obi wanted to chime in.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to talk about climate change, but, I was thinking earlier, at this conference here, there were a lot of programs on managed aquifer recharge, and that may change the flows coming down the tributaries. And I was wondering if there's any mention of the ways, other projects that may actually reduce flows, a counterbalance that maybe any environmental flows that are coming down. Is that part of a consideration maybe in the assessment eventually?
Okay, that was a new question. Were we done with Deidre? Deidre's response, was that just a comment?
Yeah, I understand her point, and
Yeah.
it's yeah, I mean it's fair. I mean, I translate that in my mind to, we don't need to basically go down this program road and this flow accounting that I was mentioning to kind of elicit the dynamics that she was referring to. And I agree. I understand where that's coming from. And I look at, again, someone mentioned earlier, the infrastructure, the people infrastructure in place to help, put that together. And I think this program also provides that opportunity as we look at the flow side of things. So we absolutely don't need to wait, but I also am looking at, that ability to put together some more of that people infrastructure to allow us to do that in that more coordinated fashion.
And then to Obi's
Yes.
questions, I'm sorry.
No, I think it is a great point, because it's like, you can't be talking about putting additional flows down the river only to have them, some of the baseline, if you will. I know that's can be a loaded word, but some of that baseline flow disappear. And it is absolutely part of the accounting of this program and considerations even through the water board, particularly through the water board, to ensure that, these flows are actually additive to the system. And then so as new, there's a component baked into the water quality control plan that would look at as new projects that come online, whether those are surface storage, whether those are managed aquifer storage, that they do so in a way that can be minimally impactful on that. I'm just going to call it that base flow. It's just a little easier way to talk about. And so that is absolutely part of the program, and it's part of something that through the duration, if adopted by the board through the duration of those 8 years, we have to be very cognitive of.
Okay, we're out of time now. So thank you again very much for being here, for giving us this insight and answering all our questions and comments. And and yeah.
Yes, thank you
Very
again for the
appreciated.
invitation.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Now we're going into a brief break, and I would like to remind people who are staying here at the hotel to check out. Checkout is 11 a.m. So I have to do that still. So 20-minute break.
I'll text him.
Welcome back to the May meeting of the DISB. We have another presentation ahead of us. Thank you very much for being here. We'll get an overview of the Golden Mussel Framework by the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. Just to provide a little bit of background, the golden mussel, an invasive non-native freshwater to brackish water bivalve, was discovered in the fall of 2024 in the Delta. Since then, the Delta ISB has been staying informed on the monitoring and response to the discovery and offering advice where we can, or a science review that could help with the response, given the Delta ISB's work on the 2021 non-native species review. Past presentations to the Delta ISB include an overview of the golden mussel's potential impact and an overview of ballast water regulations. Maven's notebook has also summarized these presentations, and the summary is part of your meeting package. Today, Martha Volkov of the California Department of Fish and Game is here to provide an overview of the recently released Golden Mussel Response Framework. And a copy of this framework is also part of your meeting package. Right, I open the floor to Martha Volkov. Thank you again.
Thank you. And my presentation today doesn't cover the biology or background of golden mussel. I'm focusing exclusively on the framework. So there is one slide for the introduction. It is. Can I bring it closer? Better? Thank you. I'd like to thank Xavier Mascarenas from the Department of Water Resources for the many great photographs in this presentation. Not all, but many of them, of golden mussel were provided by DWR, including this slide on the first, or the photo on the first slide. Next, please. So the very briefest for those who are unfamiliar with the invasive mussels, and particularly the golden mussel, the new species. These are 3 non-native mussels that are present in California, and this most recent, and the topic today is specifically on the golden mussel. They're fresh, brackish, small, not exceeding about your thumb size. However, their mass colonization has considerable impacts on the environment as well as the infrastructure of the state. Next, please. So, as mentioned, golden mussel were discovered in the Delta back in October. The Department of Fish and Wildlife had an existing quagga zebra mussel program that is instrumental in throughout other state agencies, staff, and programs committed to those 2 species. And in our authority in Fish and Game Code, it is explicit to dry-scented mussels, which are quagga and zebra mussels. This golden mussel is a different genus of mussel, so our existing authority is not the same as it is for quagga and zebra mussels, unfortunately. However, the species similarity is essentially the same in terms of how to prevent their spread and management options. So we are rolling our activities into existing resources and staff. But there are some important authorities that don't exist for golden mussels that we are navigating through still up until this point. So the task force formed in late October, excuse me, and pulled together 8 of the primary agencies with authority and impacted by golden mussels, including the Department of Fish and Wildlife, obviously, state parks, and under State Parks Division of Boating and Waterways, the Department of Water Resources, and the State Lands Commission. Those 4 organizations are under the Natural Resources Agency in California. And in addition to those state agencies, the California Department of Food and Agriculture and California Department of State Water Resources Control Board. And we had the partnership of two federal agencies, the Bureau of Reclamation and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. So we began meeting as a task force in October and met and continue to meet now on a biweekly basis. Under the context of the task force, about 8 action-oriented or topic-oriented teams were created of staff from these partner agencies as well as other agencies and interest groups. And the 3 most active groups that met and worked to develop content for the framework include the monitoring team, the outreach and education team, and the partners team. In addition, there were other teams that worked to develop the content of the framework document. That framework document was finalized on April 14th of 2025 and released by way of a press release in conjunction also with an announcement for some one-time funding through the state of California under our Federal Sportfish Restoration Act voter access funding. And that grant opportunity is being made available for projects that contribute to preventing the spread of golden mussels from and all invasive mussel species from infested areas and introduction to uninfested areas. That opportunity application period closes this Friday, or next Friday, March 23rd. So for those interested, look to the California Grants website for information on application and eligibility. So back to the framework. The goal of the framework and of the task force and the state of California and partners, federal partners, is to prevent the further spread of golden mussels and to minimize their impacts on the environment, economy, infrastructure, and human health. Next slide, please. Within the framework, we break down the activities under objectives that are consistent with the management paradigm for invasive species. And the cornerstone for that is communication and public engagement of users and potential vectors. Vectors being activities that can spread golden mussels. And we recognize there's the spread through water movement, flow, if you will, and then differentiate that from overland spread of mussels, where there is a frequently some activity associated where there is that opportunity to control spread by intervening in that. So just an overview of the objectives in the framework is this bullet. So communication, containment, prevention, monitoring, partner engagement, population suppression, and science and capacity building. So in the next slides, I will break those down individually and talk about some of the activities ongoing, some of the needed, and again, that being subject to authority and funding to implement. The framework really is a document of recommendations, some of which are being implemented, some of which require authority or funding to actually implement in earnest. Next slide, please. So recapping on the communication, we nested 2 types based on the staff and the activities that fall under communication, and those that broke down into media, outreach. So 2 of their primary, and these are just sort of highlights from the framework document, not it in its entirety. So I refer you to the actual document for the details and other additional recommendations for each of these objectives. So developing a media plan and coordinating media across our agencies and with other agencies as well, who may not be named on the framework document as authors, but are implementing actions within their purview under the framework. And then outreach and education to the public rather than to media outlets is a different group. And these two media groups, and when I say groups, they're collections of staff, work across each other, but we differentiated them on the target audience. So clearly, the media group would be involved in dissemination of outreach products in their media communications. So we have dedicated staff and representatives from across our different agencies participating in development of an outreach plan. And one of our experiences over working on the quagga zebra mussel is the goal of tailoring outreach material to specific audiences for it, because we feel it reaches and resonates more strongly when potential vectors associate this issue with their particular activity. So we're working on developing materials, distribution channels, and a social media presence. And certainly the Memorial Day holiday is approaching, and that is a huge boater touch point for boating activities, and aligning this outreach effort with that holiday. Next, please. The next objective is containment at infested waters. So currently our the primary infested water and accessible water is in the Delta. And this really is one of the most challenging aspects of golden mussel in the Delta, because as you are well aware, there are many access points and not strong regulation access to those points, and private entities manage access to those points as well. Again, this is one of the objectives where funding and authority are challenging for implementation of effective containment. And currently there is no active containment being implemented in the Delta. What we have been working on is mapping out Delta launch sites, just so we can put our arms around, if we did have the resources, what that footprint and implementation might look like, opportunities for collaboration with other organizations and private entities, and also developing signage. If the minimum we can do is even alert users, that will help with our outreach and education and notification, so that it is evident through signage that the boaters are in an mussel infested area and should be practicing the clean, drain, dry message for moving watercraft. And again, in addition to outreach and education, that messaging of clean, drain, dry practice for all users in water every time you launch, whether you're boating in a known infested water or not, is one of the underpinnings of our outreach and education and prevention messaging. Next, please. Objective 3 is prevention at uninfested waters. So this is probably one of the active implementations. While the Department of Fish and Wildlife does not manage prevention programs at uninfested waters, because that is within the scope and authority of those water managers or their concessionaires, we have staff that support the resources, information for water managers standing up watercraft inspection and decontamination programs. So those I would classify as individual programs. the Department of Fish and Wildlife is in consideration and certainly has received a lot of requests for a statewide program. And while we don't have the authority to require any of these individual water managers to conform to any one program, what we can do, is set up a standard and help coordinate across these programs with the goal of helping leverage resources across different agencies to increase boater access, recreational access, while concurrently protecting their water body from the introduction of mussels. And how we envision that might look is the development of standards across programs for the department to provide training and some sort of certification process for inspectors and band service providers. Currently, bands are being used for dry time periods, as well as exiting watercraft for return privileges. Helping to develop a private service network for inspections and decontaminations, and a data platform by which those programs can communicate on those banding systems, as well as providing necessary quality assurance for participants in a statewide program to have confidence that the service providers are maintaining the standards. So that's at the conceptual stage right now. Again, it will be at the discretion of the water managers to participate in such a program, either in whole or partly. But we in the task force plans to begin further development of a proposed program and work with water managers. Again, this is on prevention. Next slide, please. Monitoring, again, from day one, this was a active area. We began working with agencies in the Delta to delineate the infestation in the Delta. We intend to plan and continue to do that. And in the framework document, we break it up into early detection, monitoring at what we believe to be uninfested waters throughout the state, as well as continuing to track expansion in the Delta. We do have, and again, I didn't bring just basic general update information, but for your information, we have had detections throughout the state water project. So we know that mussels and veligers and the golden mussel population is expanding down through the state and federal water projects. And I would refer you to our webpage with our map for those detections, those specific locations. Next slide, please. Partner engagement is a very active team. We meet bi-monthly, and partners we are very inclusive of in terms of agency folks from state, federal, local agencies, scientists, and policymakers. It's really our venue for informing interested parties, as well as receiving suggestions, comments, inputs that we can then forward up to the Golden Mussel Task Force. And we have formed 2 sub-teams of water managers, again, as I talked about, for the prevention programs at uninfested water bodies. We are working with water managers to help them form prevention programs, as well as infested water managers or water managers concerned about becoming infested as a collective for information about how they may manage mussels into the future if they are to become infested. And then we have another subgroup of science and research interests who, again, infuse into the task force desirable science and research, though in one of the next objectives, I'll talk about our priority research. But this is, in a sense, a forum for bringing that forward and communicating on progress. Next, please. Again, population suppression is one of those objectives that will require additional funding and staff and implementation. So at a conceptual level, we have carved out a place in the framework, but it is not one objective that we are able to implement at this time. Next, please. And as I mentioned in our science subgroup, the objective related to science capacity and building. In the framework document, we only called out those highest priority research needs that are related to immediate management of golden mussels. And those include lethal temperatures for villagers and adults to inform those mussel prevention programs in terms of dry times, hot water decontamination, washes, and then also chemical exposures for the equipment of cleaning. No mussel management programs in the West apply chemical decontamination for watercraft at a large scale. However, there are cases for folks working in the field who need a chemical treatment option for gear, and we are also prioritizing efficacy studies on golden mussels for labeled chemicals. Underscoring the work on, or required in order to implement the work on lethal temperatures for villagers, is characterizing villager identification of golden mussels versus quagga and zebra mussels. Microscopy is one of the primary methods we use for early detection monitoring of plankton samples. So we are working on morphological comparisons of golden mussel villagers versus quagga zebra mussel villagers in order to determine whether you can differentiate them visually. And to do that, we'll take villagers collected in the Delta and analyze them with PCR to confirm species identification. So we know that we are making observations on golden mussel villagers. Department of Water Resources is working on chemical toxicity studies in terms of maintaining their water infrastructure. I don't have details on that to share, but just highlighting that I'm aware that they are working on that. And also we have provided golden mussels adults to the Smithsonian Institute to work on salinity tolerances. And in addition, outside of the framework document, we're maintaining a list of research needs, compiling that list, and we'll prioritize them. But the idea is there's much interest in golden mussel. There's many unanswered questions relative to their presence in North America, and we want there to be, we want it to be accessible, that those research questions have been identified in the hopes that we can match researchers up or others that can pursue work on that to move all of our efforts, not just in California, but nationally forward. Next, please. And that is my summary of the framework document.
Thank you so much, Martha. That was great. Gave us a good idea. All right.
Line them up.
I didn't see who was first.
Go down, it's Kenny to me. So
Kenny?
I didn't see it.
Okay,
Uh,
Kenny, go for it.
That looks great. I was a little surprised not to see a role of modeling of where the larvae would settle as part of an early detection system. It's done in the Great Lakes. It's done because we may not be great at modeling adult fish, but we're very good at modeling larvae. And you have the hydrodynamics. I didn't know if that was a different path or, but you might want to think about that. The tools are there already. You basically take particle tracking and you make them the particles a little bit smart to cover any vertical behavior, and it can be put into any hydrodynamic model. And if you can detect adults and where they're releasing the young, you can predict pretty well where you might expect to find them, and that might help strategically or tactically in doing that. So it's something, I don't know, I'm supposed to ask questions. I never seem to phrase it as a question, but I'll do it this way. You might want to consider that. My voice went up.
Question mark?
Because those tools are there.
Okay, thank you. We don't have that skill set within our team at this time, but I take note of your recommendation. Thank you.
Bob?
That was a great presentation, really a nice overview. I do have a couple questions. So is there an intermediate host for the larvae? They just drop off to the eggs, the fertilized eggs just drop to the sediment and then.
Worse.
What's worse?
Actually, yes. So they release the sperm and egg into the water column. Fertilization takes place there, and it develops for a time. It doesn't drop to the settlement. I'm sorry, it doesn't drop and settle. They remain in the water column through development.
Okay.
And are in the plankton. I mean, there may be a pro for planktonic fish or others in the delta. I think that is what outweighed by the consequences of when they are ready to settle, however, and attached to hard and semi-hard surfaces.
Okay. Oh, good. That explains a lot.
And no intermediary host.
All right. No intermediary host. Second question is, I was wondering in terms of the research, are they looking into using anti-fouling paints or applications on boats? I've got my boat in seawater and I use anti-fouling paint. And it seems as though the last few years they've developed some really nice ones now that are relatively friendly to the environment. And then I'll pull my boat out once a year and give it a chlorine wash around the prop and motors and places that are not covered with paint. That seems to take care of any barnacles and so on. They just fall right off. Are they thinking about doing that in freshwater situations now to help control the spread? Or do you know?
I think that will certainly be a consideration for boat owners for maintaining their watercraft in the delta or elevating it out of the water. Mussels on the hulls of boats and then moving around the delta do present the potential for spreading golden mussels upstream. I think it's going to be a steep learning curve this year as we are seeing watercraft encrusted with mussels. So a couple of anecdotal examples I have is we have a partnership with one of the marinas that allows us to come out and put artificial substrates and do some monitoring effort. Mussel or watercraft within their marina are showing infestations and impacts to operations of the watercraft in the delta now. And we also know that watercraft are leaving the delta with encrusted mussels, and one showed up in Berryessa in the last month and one at Folsom here in Sacramento County. So we know they're
Yeah.
on the move overland and within the Delta.
Yeah, the reason I mentioned that is there's really no pressure. I'm from the state of Washington, but there's no pressure for people to use anti-fouling paints when their boats are in fresh water. It's always a seawater issue, but it seems like here that's a regulation that could be required, looking forward to help at least knock down their settlement rate on boats. So anyway, I just throw that out as a thought.
And that is related, I think, to one of the salinity research questions of can watercraft be moved in the Delta? You can reach out to what would be the lethal salinity and for how long to be able to move boats between the two environments.
Right.
Because now that biofouling reality is has come to the Delta in the form of golden mussels. Thank you.
Oh, good. Well, thank you.
Lisa?
Thanks. So I have 3 questions, but first let me compliment you. I'm very impressed that in the relatively short time you've really been responsive in terms of developing these plans and thinking very thoroughly about what you need to do. So that is very impressive. So the first question is, I hear a lot of sort of generic prevention activities. You mentioned targeting in your talk, and I just wanted you to elaborate a little bit. Are you thinking about specific sites that you might want to prioritize in addition to just keeping the overall propagules pressure low? And I'm thinking as an economist, so normally I've done a lot of work with increasing the efficiency of invasive management programs. And oftentimes the sites that are chosen have endangered species or, some ecological harm. But I think in this case, it might actually be economic harm, infrastructure that's particularly hard to clean or something like that. So is that going on?
Not at that level of detail. From my agency's perspective, we're natural resources, but certainly that is not the sole focus. So we're considering the impact to recreational fishing and boating. But I also recognize the primary impact, and the associated local economies to maintaining the natural resource benefit. But there is a great, I guess I wouldn't relate it. If I was going to say, how would we prioritize our efforts? We begin with public safety, water security, and again, we don't have the expertise to do economic analyses at this moment. And so water operations and flood control, fire protection and economic, recreational or tourism economics all factor in. I can't do the math or do an economic analysis on how. Maybe within each of those would be more manageable to break down. If you look at, say, tourism or recreation and then target efforts. But the consequences of an infestation, even looking at, say, water security, how would you weight if it's just on value of one, the implications for an infestation? I welcome more conversations on that and more assistance and expertise.
Yeah, well, I do hope at the total committee level, you would, if you're going to do any kind of targeting, you would consider both the site and the landscape scale targeting. It's often proven to be useful to think at both scales simultaneously. And you don't necessarily need to have a strict economic analysis. You can do it conceptually, just in terms of, okay, what are our priorities? And then you can, there's some decision support tools that could help you get to targeting without doing quantitative analysis. So of course, it gets better and better as you get more information. Okay, question 2. You talked about making science investments, and you also talked about this need to potentially change boater behavior, marina behavior. Are you bringing in any social scientists as part of that science investigation on people who could advise you on effective ways to change behavior?
At this moment, we don't have the resources to do that. We're working within our staff across agencies.
Another suggestion then.
Thank you.
And then the third one, and I will admit this question's probably unfair, but let me put it out there anyway. You know, the Delta Independent Science Board has been talking about invasive species for at least a decade, I'm sure longer. And one of the things we've been advising is that it would be good to get out in front of these sorts of risks. And when I hear you say we don't have a map of boat launches, I feel a little disappointed. Like, I think we could have projected that we would need that, you know, given the likelihood of this invasion. So I guess my question now that you're on the front line of responding, what have you learned from this that would change how we prepare for the next invasion?
I think I'm at the program level, so I feel like we were well prepared conceptually for this. I think it is at a larger preparation level and investment in invasive species management in the state, in the nation. And the reality is, investing in a maybe when you're competing with the realities of government, those future maybes have not seemed to risen to that proactive investment. I see this at the state level and the national level. This is my reality as an invasive species program manager.
Yeah, thank you for that perspective. Yeah.
All right. I was first. I have several questions too. And actually, I was really surprised by the fact, like Lisa, that you didn't have a map of Delta launch sites. And my question refers mostly to, haven't we seen this already with the quagga, with the zebra mussel? You know, they're the same kind of mussel, right? They also plug up everything and attach themselves everywhere. And is it that you don't have Delta launch sites because the golden mussel is the only one who can survive in the Delta, the brackish water? I don't think so, right? I mean, the others can tolerate some salinity as well. All right, so the next surprise is that you have to set standards, you said, and for the watercraft inspection centers and et cetera. Hasn't that all been done for zebra and quagga mussel already? And can you dip into all that experience? You know, so that's my number one question, really. I mean, isn't there an infrastructure that's already, you know, set up for this is my question.
There is. The Western states have made great progress over the last 18 years, 17 years around quagga and zebra mussels. Those documents that have been developed and vetted through Western states exist. They are available as our foundation for setting standards in California. What is different in California than for many Western states is that water management and access to water is not under the state management. In California, we have this array of local agencies that receive and are responsible for managing water and access to those waters. And so the state of California, unless it compelled, mandated all of those local agencies to conform to a standard, we do not have the authority to set one standard. And so what we are envisioning is developing a voluntary standard that others can opt into participating in, but we cannot compel them to.
Yeah, that's tricky. Thank you. I understand better now. Then I had a question about the chemical contamination or decontamination, I'm sorry. And Bob alluded to that too. There used to be huge problems with those anti-fouling paints when they had these organotin compounds in them. Do you know what is in those chemical decontamination products now?
I think those are two different topics. So decontamination chemicals for applying not in water. So say you did in water work and you took your equipment out and wanted to clean it and make sure it didn't harbor any mussels or other organisms. You could apply a chemical. The anti-fouling concept is those are coatings on not just boat hulls, but potentially trash racks, fish screens, pipes that deter settlement of biofouling
Anything,
organisms.
yeah.
That's not within my area of expertise. The laws and regulations regarding anti-fouling coatings. I think there are some that are like Teflon. Conceptually, they're not a chemical deterrent, but rather a surface conducive to these organisms attaching their byssal threads. And others, but if there's any crack or seam where these types of organisms can exploit, they will, and then one on top of the other, they can biofoul on that as well. So I apologize, I'm not.
Oh, no, it
well
was
versed.
just a try.
But certainly a concern, right? The obvious concern is applying chemicals or pesticides to aquatic environments. We recognize that as a serious concern and has impacts. But I do also have the biofouling and the concern about anti-fouling coatings and how practical that is within the Delta environment and for this purpose. And then the efficacy. There are some things you can't coat with biofouling on watercraft, engine components and all of the things that may be obstructed by colonization of these mussels, rendering them inoperable, but are infeasible to the biofouling. So there will certainly be, you can minimize on the hulls of watercraft, but there will be components that some of those methods don't protect.
Yeah. Oh, thank you for that. I hand over to Obi.
Thank you for the nice presentation. This is kind of related to what Kenny was getting at in terms of modeling. Stepping back a little bit, you would want to know how fast this thing could spread. And it could be a problem of what we call deep uncertainty. That doesn't mean that you could have some scenarios or some sort of a probabilistic projection. So in your activities, I didn't see anything on projections or scenario projections, which might, need some modeling or projecting this, how fast it could grow. Because at some point, if without knowing that your protection measures might not be adequate and it might outpace, the spread might outpace your protection measures. So having that kind of a program, maybe at the state level, might help to get a sense of urgency, which might lead to better funding or better expertise in seeing how fast it could spread. I don't know, consider that a comment or question, I don't know.
Well, based on the information we have, at least in the State Water Project and looking at flows of water, I think all you need to do is look at the flow of water, and that is the footprint of golden mussels today. We know they have been detected in incrementally in the state water project where there's opportunity to inspect. I expect many more dots on the map this summer. And I don't think we could model fast enough to keep up with the mussels. And that was the experience back in 2007 for quagga zebra mussels in the Colorado River Aqueduct. When there was the detection in Lake Mead, immediately California started looking in Southern California through that water distribution. And they were there. They were already present in the system, unfortunately.
Hard thing to stop from spreading, for sure.
And so really where our opportunity, our best opportunity, aside from that flowing water is the overland transport and protecting those non-connected waters of California that also have their own conveyance, much smaller. Of course, the Central Valley and State Water projects are vast. They're much of the footprint of California. But these smaller water agencies, water distribution systems, there's a lot to protect there. And that is addressing the vectors for overland spread. Thanks.
Virginia, you had a question?
Well, I'm so glad that last comment you made is important. The team has done a phenomenal job. Some of this is hopeless, though, as you realize, like the zebra mussel. So focusing on where those opportunities are, and in other cases where you know it's going to be there, there's a part of ecology that focuses on what is called novel ecosystems, the fact that there are systems out there that were not there in the past. And what are we going to do with these new systems? Because a lot of the excellent work you describe is documenting what is happening. And from the human perspective, we really need to look at the impacts and how to deal with that, which you're doing as well. But I encourage you to focus on the places where it can make a difference and thinking about kind of how you're dealing with the fact that it's going to get to places. Your calm demeanor belies the real problem that's out there and the difficulty of it. But thank you for your good work. It's not a question.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And we see this for invasive species invasions. In a reality of limited resources, you have to make the choices between investing in research to benefit others or trying to implement prevention of spread. I would say it's a tough dilemma conceptually, but practically it's not. Unless there are researchers who come in, it is not our immediate priority to do the research. There's many very interesting research questions that would benefit others, but I don't have the capacity in my program to devote staff and time to that when we're trying to equip water managers to prevent introductions. I have to place our resources there. I am really interested, and maybe through your channels and communities, you have a network of scientists who could devote the attention to this in terms of growth rates and predicting what the future will look like in the Delta. Maybe a similar or something to call on from the past was the Chinese mitten crab invasion. And there was that phenomenal boom in a population. And I think this is analogous of there really wasn't research, to my knowledge, to explain or try to explain why that bust happened. And someone asked me, is it possible that will happen with golden mussels in the Delta? And while I would like to hope that might be a possibility, I anticipate, because of such a productive system, that is unlikely. But I can hold out hope. There's always hope to hold out on something But again, we're, at least at the agency perspective, limited and constrained by our available resources.
No more questions here. Do we have any public comments or questions? And comments are perfectly fine.
There are no public comments or questions.
Well, then I'm just going to thank you again very much for helping us understand what's going on. And I would also like to say that I'm really impressed with the speed the state is moving forward on this. Yeah, and we can only wish you good luck in limiting the spread of the golden mussel. The ducks will be happy, I'm sure. They'll find more food.
Thank you. And if anyone here in attendance or online is interested in participating in the task force partners group, please email invasives@wildlife.ca.gov and we'll connect you to the right lead for the group.
Wonderful. Let's
Thank you
hope we can spread the word too. So yeah, thank you.
Follow up for us.
Yeah.
Feel free. Oh. Same here. If you have follow-up for us, please contact Edmund.
Edmund. Thanks. I also saw that Diane McKnight has joined us. Diane, do you have any declarations?
I have no new declarations, and I was glad to be here for a part of this important presentation, and thank you very much for providing us this information.
Good to have you. And we are going into lunch break now. And so I adjourn until 1:30 when we will reconvene the meeting. Right. Welcome back to the May meeting of the Delta Independent Science Board. We have agenda item 5 now, which is the contaminants monitoring review. And I'd just like to give a little background on that. The Delta ISB plans to conduct a review on contaminant monitoring and risk assessment in the Delta. A draft prospectus was open for public comments through May 12th and was circulated to the mailing lists of the IEP stakeholders, IEP contaminants project work team, Delta Regional Monitoring Program, Delta Stewardship Council, and Maven's Notebook. We are still accepting late comments for those who requested it. On May 2nd, I presented an overview of this review to the IEP Contaminants Project Work Team to help inform their comment letter, which they will submit by May 16th. So they have asked for an extension. It was an online meeting, and I think participant numbers were about 20. It was pretty well attended. And I gave the little overview that Margot gave at the IEP workshop as well. Got some questions, and then people started filling in little squares with questions or comments on certain overarching questions of the comment. So I didn't have to do much, and the enthusiasm was great. There was a lot of interest and participation, and I really look forward to the comment letter, which will combine all of those comments. So that's very valuable. Amelie Esegara and Krista Hoffman are the co-chairs of the Contaminants Project Work Team, and they have people from all the stakeholders in their mailing list. So it's a good tool it's a good way to spread information and also to get information. So we did get a number of public comments on the prospectus. They all came in like within the last few days, so I cannot give you an overview at this point. I haven't had the opportunity to really go through in detail, and I want to. I want to thank all of those who submitted very much for their participation and for their interest in this review. Their comments and their questions will make this much better. And of course, the first part of the review will be interviews with experts in the field and people who are involved in the contaminant monitoring in the Delta, and that will be additional information that we will collect to focus the review as best we can. So the public comments so far that we received are from the Sacramento Area Sewer District, the State Water Contractors and St. Louis Delta Mendota Authority, the Central Valley Clean Water Association, Sacramento Stormwater Quality Partnership, Delta Regional Monitoring Program, the Delta Stewardship Council, and from our Delta lead scientist, Lisa Marie Winham-Myers. So I don't know if the other members of the core team have had an opportunity to look at those comments and would like to comment or say something about them at this time. No?
No, I looked, this is Kenny Rose, I looked at them, but I think we should have a discussion first as a group before.
As a group on
the comments.
On the comments, yeah.
Yeah.
So
I don't
that
wanna
would be,
speak now about what I think.
that
of
would
the
be
comments.
next time, that when we've all had an opportunity to really take a close look, because I think the combined comment letters so far are like between 30 and 40 pages right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I also looked at it. My question is, and I think mostly they were positive and supportive.
Mhm.
I was wondering if there's anything in there that might need to be brought into the prospectus. Or we need to have that discussion and decide on that. That
Well,
would be-
that, yeah, if there is,
Yeah.
we will.
Right, that's what I'm
Yeah.
asking. So that's the
Oh.
plan, right?
Yeah, that's the plan.
Okay.
And I was curious, of course, and I looked at them very briefly, and my impression is that there was a little bit of a misunderstanding for some people in terms of the focus of the review. So that will be easily remedied, I think. You know, yeah, don't really want to go into detail at this point. Yes, Bob.
Well, I read them quickly, and the one, what struck me, I guess, was two things. One is we really, in a way, struck a nerve in a good way. There was a lot of enthusiasm, a lot of response, and a lot of ideas were put forward. And that's good. I think that's really good. The community, the broader community is responding well. And the second thing that struck me is I thought there were some really good ideas and suggestions in many of these. And I would agree with Kenny and the others is we really need to have a meeting among ourselves to discuss this on how to move forward. And I believe we have a Zoom meeting scheduled within the next week or two, but I think we're going to need more time than I think only 1 hour is allotted, or it's not very long anyway, but we should have a longer discussion about this.
Yeah, and as I said, I'm really grateful for the input and the time people took to provide those comments, and we should definitely look at them very carefully.
Mm-hmm. So,
you know, so yeah, I got a lot of good feedback too at the contaminants. I always have trouble with that P in the middle. Contaminants project work team. So yeah, it's really encouraging, I think. And, but I also sensed a little bit of panic on some people's, based on what some people said. And I'm hoping I can diffuse that, because there's no reason for panic, because we're taking a very broad look at what's going on. And if we have good ideas and good suggestions, we will say so. It's supposed to be helpful rather than criticism. I don't want to leave that impression, and I would like to assure people in that respect. Yeah. So we will have a more in-depth discussion of those comments at our next meeting. And the review leads will work to address those public comments. We will get some more by the end of this week, hopefully. And we'll then work on a revised prospectus based on those comments. Are there any public comments on this?
Diane has her hand raised, so I think we would hear from Diane.
Oh,
first.
Diane, I'm so sorry. You're just a little picture in there, so.
Well, I just wanted to say that given the developments at the federal level, where there's some rolling back of standards for PFAS, for example, and we don't know what else will be rolled back in terms of standards, I think this topic is particularly timely, actually, more than we anticipated. Well, it was timely to start with, and now it's particularly timely.
Yeah, thank you for that comment. So luckily we're at the state level here, so it will probably not be too impacted. At least our effort won't be too impacted by that. There was no public comment, I think, right?
And we were just taking the Diane's comments first, but I just want to clarify, since we have those who provided public comments online right now, if any of you would like to briefly introduce yourself or summarize your comments, you're welcome to do so for the board. So I just want to acknowledge that some of them are online.
Okay.
But so far, no public comments.
Okay. So no public comments, it seems. So then in that case, we're moving on to the next agenda item, which is the Delta Lead Scientist report. Lisa Marie is joining us online. There she is. Hi, Lisa Marie. Okay, you have the word.
Great. I don't have the slides yet, but yeah, you can hear me, it sounds like. So great. Sorry, I'm not with you today in Folsom. It's just, it was a little too tight for me to catch the 5 o'clock train. So I just decided to do it from Sacramento. Thanks. So let's get started with our slides. Thank you so much, Jonathan and Edmund. So yeah, the last time I reported to you was in February. And today I'm going to give you updates on things that we didn't do updates on in February. Some things will be, you may have heard of already, but most I think will be some novel discussion points that we haven't had yet. All right, so next slide, please. Great, thanks. So I'm going to highlight today some research funding that we've done, including as the Science Action Agenda areas that are addressed by those research, by the fellows particularly, that have been selected and funded and just had a shot. I'm going to highlight some of the work from the Science Communication and Synthesis Division, which is running a workshop at NCEAS, and then also has an ongoing edition of State of Bay-Delta Science, again, our flagship synthesis product. And then I'll talk a little bit about peer reviews and that are in progress. And then I will also just highlight some activities that have been happening publicly since then. All right, next slide, please. Thank you. All right, so here's sort of the order of events. I'm going to talk a little bit about the microplastic symposium, but I'll invite you, Inga, to share your observations as well, because you were clearly there, clearly an important participant. And I have to also highlight that this fish facility in Tracy, with this figure on the right, that's Louise in there, identifying fish. So I was really happy to see the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes report out this morning. It's something that we are closely tracking and hoping to work with them to improve, or at least give some feedback on their science plan. All right, next slide, please. All right, so this is on your radar. State of the Estuary is going to happen again this fall. It is our partner to the Bay-Delta Science Conference that usually happens in Oakland. It's in October. And the abstracts link is going to be open soon. All the guidelines are on there and how you register, but the link to submit hasn't quite gone live yet. But again, the focus this year on building bridges between the Delta and the Bay is a really strong place for us to talk about the estuary as a whole. And again, it's open to posters, presentations. Also, they're including art as submissions, and it's again one of our flagship venues for conversation across the estuary. All right, next slide, please. All right, the Delta Synthesis Working Group is our NCEAS partnership. So National Center for Ecological Analysis and Synthesis. We've had two before. 2021, we had a workshop that was based on more environmental science and food web implications. And then in 2023 was more about social metrics. And right now we're seeking the priority synthesis topics and interested participants for the fall 2025 issue. So the submissions are requested by June 13th. I'm sending this out really to the larger ISB listening community here of folks that might be interested in participating. This is how we train our next generation in data science, in visualization improvements, and just communication in general, because it's just so fundamental to making science accessible and useful. So these two links here will get you to a Google form about ideas and then also participants. And if you want to hear more about our science synthesis working groups, you can click on the link at the bottom of on the right-hand bottom. So that's going on this year. Okay, next slide, please. Thank you. And then this is, I think, a topic that you might be interested in. So in your package for ISB, you get the papers that I've been highlighting to the Stewardship Council every month. And in February, I highlighted a paper on water supply and tracking, and particularly remote sensing. So hydrogeodesy, the shape of water, how you can watch water moving through the landscape with different tools. And then I switched to the other co-equal goal for March, which was ecosystem restoration. And I'm going to give you a preview because it came up earlier. My presentation in May is going to be on a new paper that's in Limnology and Oceanography Letters, LNO Letters, by Catriona Jones and this group. And it's got a great title, but it's on longevity of data sets. I think Inga was asking that earlier. And basically, it's called Tried and True versus Shiny and New Method Switching in long-term data sets for aquatic systems. And it gives examples of why they fail, kind of gives best practices and enhances the need to coordinate with other research groups before you do go ahead and switch. So that's just a heads up for that. And another coordination with the Healthy Rivers and Landscape conversation you just had was this emphasis of flow and habitat that you saw in the HRL presentation, what we've lost and what gains are possible, and the importance of transport. And so this paper here is a good example. Just like any other science program, the DSP builds knowledge by contributing gaps and glue to this, to the overall effort. And so we're always building on other people's science. And again, growing a scaffolding of science and growing scientists as well. Bringing the next generation in is one of our key goals. So that's why we're highlighting here one of the Delta Science Fellows papers that came out earlier this year. Her community mentor, this is Madison Mathers. She ended up being hired by USGS, but she was a Sea Grant Fellow, Science Fellow for us earlier, about 2021, 22. And she focused on particulate organic carbon. And her, again, community mentor was Brian Bergamaschi at USGS, and then Peter Hernus at UC Davis. And when I say particulate organic matter, I know some of you obviously know exactly what I'm talking about, but just to be clear, we're talking about stuff in the water that has organic components to it. So it's edible. And the key component is that it's not dissolved. It's pieces of stuff that are in the water. And dissolved stuff is actually somewhat easy to measure because you can do it continuously with spectrometry. But with, sorry, I'm going to sneeze. Sorry. But with particulates, sometimes it's called sustain or suspended solids. It's a lot harder to measure because it's very flow dependent, and it's having continuous measurement is very hard. As we've cut off wetlands and floodplains and watersheds with dams and other developments, our aquatic ecosystems in the past 100 years have seen a decline in particular organic carbon in the Delta. It was particularly well documented by a previous member of the Independent Science Board, Liz Canwell, who actually worked also with Jim Klern through the 1990s. And then it was also documented in the 2000s. And here's a revisit 20 years later. And we're again looking at sources and distributions in the Delta. So why do we care about this stuff? Well, we know the tidal wetlands export huge amounts of particulate organic carbon, and we've seen that at freshwater marshes like Browns Island. But the whole Delta used to look like Browns Island, one of these natural wetlands, tidal freshwater wetlands in the system. And we know from Liz Canwell's isotope data all those years ago that the food webs used to have a major contribution of river particulate organic carbon. So things are starting to change where we don't have these big POC inputs anymore. And so this is documenting this again. But it's important to keep following on that to show that things haven't really changed yet. We also know from another previous Delta Science Fellow, Jen Harfman, when she had a paper in Nature, that copepods or the base of the food web in the Delta don't just eat detrital particulate organic carbon, they actually prefer it. And they grow a lot better when they're eating it together with algal components. So given that the upstream inputs are not likely to increase, it's not just the loss of floodplains and the dams, it's also the loss of peak functional flows that would flush this stuff into the river. The best chance we have of restoring that particulate organic carbon back to the system is these tidal wetlands. And so they're exporting not only algae, but also detrital particulate organic carbon. And we know it's possible to have beneficial blooms of carbon. We see it of algal carbon. We see it in Grizzly Bay. We see it in the McCullamy. And so there's evidence that these flushes can come. And that's, again, one of the goals of the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes is getting some of these productions coming off of the floodplains. And so one thing that the USGS in particular has called for, and you'll see it in this paper as well, is that we can't just talk about productivity on wetlands. We need to talk about the export as well. And so this idea of how the wetlands connected, the design of it, how it's connected to the tidal channel, and how the estuarine hydrodynamics allow production of carbon to then be exported in a pulse that supports tidal marsh food webs is something that, frankly, is something that we think we understand, but we don't. We need some real life examples to illustrate the principles. One of the principles that you'll hear a lot is this LE ratio, the Lagrangian-Eulerian ratio of basically length to transport. So you need longer channels. Give things time to brew a little bit in those shallow water habitats before you'll get a big pulse that supports the food web in the channel or downstream from the marsh or wetland itself. And so again, this paper is really calling to attention the role of hydrology and detritus export from productive wetlands, which is a goal of the Delta Plan, and it's something that has multiple benefits beyond fish. And let me just also highlight that being a productive wetland, you have so much carbon, you can export and build your peat with that carbon. So these systems are not net depositional or net accreting. They're doing both of those things in concert with each other. So that's the paper I wanted to highlight. And there's all kinds of comments on this, I'm sure. I want to open it up because I know autochthonous carbon, which means what carbon produced outside the watershed, is something that's particularly of interest to Bob Nyman. So I'm just curious if you have any thoughts, Bob, on this paper and or moving forward and trying to restore that function.
Actually, I have plenty of thoughts on it. It's a very complicated process, and even though there's less in the way of carbon coming down through the system now, there's also all sorts of materials in there that can either make that carbon available or make it less available to organisms. So that's an interesting facet that I don't think has been really explored. And one of the other things that I did years ago for the Sacramento River was look at the sources of carbon caused by river meandering. And of course, the river doesn't meander as much as it used to, but there's still a decent amount of meandering that does occur on the upper Sacramento into the riparian zones and also capturing soils. And that can actually be a very large source of carbon that we don't often account for in our budgets. And anyway, it's something that we might want to consider or discuss a little bit later on. But river meandering and both in the main river as well as the tributaries might be a function that we would want to look to restore down the road. Anyway, those are just a few initial thoughts, but anyway, thanks for the opportunity to say those things.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I know I put you on the spot there, but I just wanted to give you a chance to speak to it before the topic changed. Okay, so next slide, please. All right, so some of you saw this presentation yesterday at QEMF, the Coastal Water and Environmental Modeling Forum. But what we did there is I presented on behalf of the Delta Science Program on our Extreme Events edition of SBDS, again, our flagship synthesis product. And so all the publications are online now. I believe you've been sent all the publications. Sorry, all the publications that were available in the first batch, which came out in March, are online now. So you can get them, and you can use this QR code too if you want. And then there's 3 more that are coming. They're in review right now, and they're expected to come out in September. So the focus of these are not just on hydroclimate variability and just sort of the big swings we all think about in terms of droughts and storms and fires and so on. It's the impacts of them. So impacts on things like wildfire behavior, tourism, toxins, and human lives, including the vulnerable populations that really just don't have the same protections from these wild swings. So the extreme events the extreme events motivation for us was really to talk about things like changes in magnitude, frequency, duration, rate of change, and spatial extent, how those are changing impact. So I hope that you'll be able to read this. Of course, this is in our open access journal, San Francisco Estuary and Watershed Science. And these papers are the governance paper is led by Jessica Rudnick. The drought paper is led by, and she's at the Forest Service. Now she used to be with us. The drought paper is led by Rosemary Hartman. The heat waves papers, she's at Department of Water Resources. The heat waves paper is led by Brian Maharja. He's at Bureau of Reclamation. The wildfire and water quality paper is led by Cliff Daum, a previous lead scientist. And the atmospheric rivers paper is led by Sasha Gershinoff, who's at the Scripps Institute. And then this final one, the synthesis and perspectives one, which is in review now, it's led by Denise Colombano, and it synthesizes sort of these overarching, sort of 5 steps forward of what have we learned by looking at this and where are our problems. And one of our key concerns is that the Delta scientific system needs to strengthen its capacity to adapt, to anticipate and respond to these new climate realities. And so I could go into many details. I know some of these will come up at the climate symposium this fall, but I do encourage you to read these papers as you prepare for that. Okay, next slide, please. Thanks. Okay, so the microplastics symposium was last Friday. It was at UC Davis, and this photo here is just to show you all the little pieces of plastic and mixed in with sand and so on in a tide pool from Bodega Bay. And then to show that on the bottom right, you're looking at these pink shirts. I was so impressed by this community of scientists that studies an incredibly hard problem, which is tracking microplastic impacts, transport and fate, the challenges of actually mitigating for it. There's just there's an overwhelming diversity of the kinds of microplastics that are out there. Some float and some sink, so it's really hard to know how they're going to transport, particularly when they start having biofouling on them, which then might get eaten, and so they resuspend, but then they sink again. I mean, it's really complicated stuff. Toxicology was a fascinating part of the story because some species are super impacted, or lethal effects, not even sublethal, but some big effects with basically small concentrations. And some of the effects are simply physical, just filling up the guts of species so that they can't eat anything else. And this was, again, internationally sourced, the presentations, Oregon State University, University of Toronto, UC Davis, of course, Western Washington University, WEHA, California's EPA version that deals with human health, and then UC Berkeley, SFEI, San Francisco Estuarine Institute, and there were 3 students, and the students' lightning talks were fantastic. This is all online, so I highly recommend listening to some of these presentations. They were fantastic. This picture here, in the pink shirts, that came from Zeke Spooner from one of the lightning talks from Bodega Bay, and to make sure that when they do sampling that they are only looking in the tide pools, for example, for contaminants that are in the water, everybody has to put a pink shirt on so that there's no fouling of the system by virtue of their doing the sampling. And so then they can identify their shirts amongst, the pink fibers amongst all the other colored contaminants in there. I will say that the development of this research community was more than I thought it was going to be. It was really popular. It was 100 people that registered, and there was a floating group online. 55 people showed up in person, and there was coordination in their understanding of things and where the problems are. And some of the challenges that they highlighted were things like sharing data. There is no place that it's very hard to put into a water quality portal. And then there's another problem because there's an overwhelming diversity of types of microplastics. And then how do you put them in? Is it shape? Is it the chemical condition? What is that you're trying to report in the water quality portal? Consistent funding was an issue. Everybody brought that up. Things were just there's no one go-to place to keep this going. And then from a mitigation perspective, it was highlighted that yes, wastewater and stormwater are sources, but we'll never solve the problem there. It really needs to start upstream with production of plastics and then that entry in, because it's just the enforcement of recycling itself. Something can be recyclable, but whether it gets recycled is a whole nother point. And then that policy adoption is really hard because there's oil producing entities are not going to come down on lack or not wanting to produce plastics because there's obviously fossil fuels are used in both. So for me, like, just it was completely eye-opening how coordinated this community was, and then there's kind of clarion call for more support and more opportunities to interact and share their QA designs and build searchable and comparable, queryable databases. And so that's my takeaway. But the truth is, Inga Werner was like a rock star in the room. Everybody knew her. And I know Inga probably has some thoughts on the meeting herself. So Inga, do you want to say a few words about what you thought about the microplastic symposium?
Yeah, thank you, Lisa Marie. That was a great summary. Okay. So thank you very much, Lisa Marie. That was a great summary. Amazing. I didn't know that many people there, but there were some of the people I knew as students were there, and that was fun. And some other, people I worked with in the past. So it's clearly my community there. Even though I haven't really paid too much attention to microplastics myself, I have to say. So maybe I can add a few more things. Just the challenges you mentioned. I think one of the challenges is also the methodology, which is super time consuming to analyze environmental samples, and then the diversity of particles that you mentioned. So I have taken notes, so maybe I can provide a little bit more information on microplastics and their toxicity. So microplastics, you may know, are particles smaller than 5 millimeters. And the main sources, as this was from the talk of Suzanne Brander from Oregon State, are synthetic textiles, car tires and brake pads, and city dust. And there are other sources, but those are the big ones. So, and off the coast of Oregon, they did a study, and 34% of the fish contained particles in the GI tract. So it's a super widespread phenomenon. And fibers seem to be more problematic than spheres. And what else? And they collect also in biosolids, so you have a problem of transfer. So you get the wastewater stream, microfibers, particles are collected in the sewage treatment plants, end up in biosolids there, and oftentimes they are brought out as fertilizers on fields. So you're redistributing them in the environment, in this case in the soil. So there's still a lot of research to be done, of course. Then let's see what else. There was an interesting talk on how microplastic and pathogens associate. They looked at 3 different species of pathogens. And they agglomerate kind of in biofilms and can be taken up that way. And this may facilitate the ingestion of pathogens by the fauna. Then, of course, an interesting talk, and you mentioned that, Lisa Marie, is the 6-ppd quinone from tire particles, which has been shown to be really toxic to coho salmon in the Seattle area. They found the compound that was actually killing the salmon after 15 years. So it took a lot of study to find that out. Other species like Delta smelt, longfin smelt, Chinook salmon are not nearly as sensitive, but seem to be affected in their behavior by rather low quantities of this compound. SFEI, Ezra Miller gave a talk. She actually concluded that source control is the most cost-effective way of controlling pollution. And maybe you can find it if you go to their website, SFEI website. They are doing a survey on how people dry their laundry because they're concerned about microplastics, microfibers in particular, getting into the air through the dryer vents and being deposited that way on surfaces and being washed into streams, et cetera, et cetera. So if you want to participate in that survey, you could go to their website, or maybe we can provide a link. There is Tangri Nail from Gaia and UC Berkeley gave a talk on policy end of things. So there is actually a UN resolution to end plastic pollution, which, not surprisingly, the USA is not in favor of right now. Federal policy does say save our seas, so there is something there. And in California actually has a rather progressive microplastic strategy, so that's encouraging. And then I was impressed with the talk by Chelsea Rockman, who is at the University of Toronto. And I'm not going to speak a lot about it, but she has started an experimental lake experiment. I don't know if you know about those experimental lakes in Canada. There are a series of lakes where researchers can do experiments, long-term experiments, to look at impacts on the environment. There was a really famous one on estrogens in fish decades ago now. And she is actually leading one of those. So she has the opportunity to pollute an experimental lake with microplastic, and the study will be over a time of 12 years. So that's fantastic. So we'll know more in 12 years, I guess. But in the meantime, reducing the sources of microplastic, I guess, is the way to go. And I know the tire industry is very concerned about this component in tires, the 6-ppd quinone, and there's a lot of studies going on, and hopefully they're also working on solutions and replacement of this particular compound in tires. So that's my contribution. Thank you.
Oh, thank you for that, Inga. And I also misspoke when I said in May, I'm talking about tried and true versus shiny and new methods. Now that's for June. So in May, next week, I'm going to be talking about 6-ppd quinone, the tire additive that has impact. And I learned a lot at that microplastics meeting, so that was great.
Yeah.
Okay, next slide, please. All right, Delta Science Fellows. So I'm going to just highlight today 6 of our funded projects, and then perhaps the next time we speak, we'll highlight the Delta Research Awards. So the Delta Science Fellows, all of their projects can be found here if you go into the Delta Science Tracker. We're also hoping to put in their 3-minute pitches that they worked on 3 weeks ago at an early career workshop, because they were just fantastic. Really, one of the focuses of that workshop was learning how to communicate. And so let me just highlight some of these really tremendous projects that we're getting started, and these young scientists are just so impressive. The first one, Sebastian Gonzalez, is at UC Davis and getting his master's degree. He's doing acoustic tags on longfin smelt, which is really hard because they're so tiny. So using these new little grain of rice size tags, he's testing whether those can be used to track longfin smelt. His advisor is Nan Fang, and his community mentor is Rick Wilder at ICF and Brian Shearer at Department of Water Resources. And then the next one is Dana Myers at UC Santa Barbara. And Dana is looking at salinity tracking at a high spatial and temporal scale. So basically, meter scale data daily, using color sediments and such to track salinity wedges in the Delta. Her advisor is Nick Nidziko. I'm sure I'm pronouncing it wrong. And her community mentor is Michelle Stern at USGS. The next one, Nihar Shadiawala, is combining models, the community water model and the Sacramento water allocation model to look at climate maladaptation in our water delivery system and how climate is a part of the problem that's exacerbating maladaptation. And so he is at Pardee Rand. He's getting a PhD. His advisor is Michelle Miro, and he's got 3 community mentors: Sam Beshevkin at State Water Board, Andrew Schwartz at Department of Water Resources, and Dor Friedman at the International Institute for Applied Systems Analysis. The 4th one is Becca Van Arnhem, and she's on the education side. She's working on a program called Spinning Salmon, which is where they bring salmon into the classroom and teach students experimental understanding of the role of thiamine deficiency in survival of these fish. And so her advisor is Heidi Ballard, and her community mentor is Dina Flamick at the Maine Prairie High School in Dixon, California. The last 2 are postdocs. And so the first one is Shaheener Islam. He's looking at eRNA for both smelts, Delta smelt and longfin smelt. That's really going to advance our ability to track these rare species. He's, using RNA being such a short-lived compound, he can look at, recent presence, absence, as well as condition. So he can look at heat stress and such in the RNA itself. So that's a high risk, high reward project, but looks to be exciting. His advisor is Andrea Shearer at UC Davis, and at the Department of Water Resources, Daphne Gill is the community mentor. And then Abhinav Sharma is doing a project called Future Tracts, and it's basically looking at projecting land use using individual-based decision-making south of the Delta, because the argument being that climate isn't the only thing driving decision-making in those lands, because water allocations are part of that too, and that might be independent of climate change. So his advisor is James Gilbert, who you may have seen yesterday, a lead participant in the Co-Equal project. He was at QEMP yesterday. And then the community mentor is Jose Medellin Azuara at UC Merced. So those are those projects, and they're all addressing science action agenda management needs, those particularly called out here at the top. And we are looking forward to working with them over the next couple of years. So that's all for this one. Next slide, please. Oh, let me say about funding. Let me just say, sorry about this. We are so underfunded for the level and ideas that are coming in the door by scientists. And so the needs far exceed our available funds. We are looking into things like the climate bond, the Prop 4 opportunities that don't include research, but they do have a lot of implementation. So monitoring that goes along with implementation can be one way for the community to get involved in doing some research. So the California Department of Natural Resources, the California Natural Resources Agency, Department of Water Resources, state parks, the Delta Conservancy, Wildlife Conservation Board, and State Water Board, and CDFA, the Department of Food and Agriculture. Those are all available. They all have Prop 4 funds, and so those are areas for folks to take a look at if they're interested in looking at, particularly if they're looking at climate impacts of an implementation towards some of their goals that have to do with things like flooding and ecosystems and so on. Okay, next slide, please. I'm sorry. And then the last thing I want to highlight is that we have 2 major peer reviews in progress. One of them is what we call the HEC-RES-SIM review, which is the Hydrologic Engineering Center reservoir simulation model. It's been married now with the water temperature modeling platform. And so this is an independent peer review about whether that's working well together, where can things be improved and so on. The types of reviewers on this, there's 4. They're going to have a single report out. They're looking at this from a modeling, water quality, and water operations perspective, and their report, this is all online. You can look at the charge, you can look at the people, you can look at all the documents being reviewed, including the the technical references and then the case studies. They're using one from Sonoma and one from the American River as examples of success. So again, that's online. They're working on it right now. It'll probably come out to us in May, and then we'll probably release something sometime in June. The second one that we're doing a review on, and I don't think it came up today when you were talking with the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes crew, but we're doing a peer review of their science plan. They came to us and asked for that last year. There's 3 reviewers, and their expertise are fisheries, monitoring, evaluation, and structured decision-making. You will know them from their names. Steve Brandt, Josh Corman, and Mike Runge from USGS are the 3 reviewers, and they'll each have a different letter to contribute on this review of the science plan only. And it's being reviewed specifically for things like the hypotheses, the covariates, other metrics, or the metrics, I should say, that are being used. And then monitoring networks, modeling resources, information gaps, adaptive management components, and 3 of the literally 14 documents that they're provided with, 3 of them are independent science board releases, one of them being a comment letter and the other 2 being 2 of your reviews. So if you're interested to see how it's being used already, your product, you can see that right there online. And then that is my last slide. You can go to the next one. Thank you so much, Edmund. And so, yeah, that's all I really had to share today. Glad to take any questions.
All right, thanks, Lisa Marie. Any questions? Clarifications, comments?
You have a question for Lisa Marie.
Okay, Obi.
Hey, Lisa Marie, I think, yeah, the extreme events edition of this, publication set coming out, we have, I think, 3 of them or 4 of them. It's very probably relevant to this climate symposium. I was curious the timing of the other 3, when that might be available. Will it be available before September when we plan to have our workshop?
Yeah, I'm thinking that once they're accepted, prior to their release, that we should be able to share them with you. I think once we pass that threshold. The 2 of them are farther in review than that perspective. The perspectives piece, we're at the point of addressing comments, and we've put it through USGS fundamental science practices too. So we're at that point of almost being ready to release. Once we've addressed comments and we've had acceptance, then we might be able to release pre-publication, just for the purposes of being prepared for the review. But again, it's the September edition. It should be out for the public in the September edition of.
Very interested in the atmospheric rivers paper.
Yeah. Any more comments?
Yeah, this is more of a clarifying
Okay.
question. You mentioned this Prop 4 funding to the different agencies, and I'm not exactly sure what that refers to. If you could explain, thank you.
Oh, sure. Well, it was one of the biggest climate bonds that we passed in this state. And, hundreds of millions of dollars were given to agencies to adapt for the state of California to new climate realities. So it was everything from forests to farms to water systems to the desert. And, lots of things are part of it. So not all agencies have the same amount of money. Each one has a different amount, but there are some Delta relevant ones, including the Delta Conservancy, but none of them call out for research. So there's no direct funds for research action. There's only for implementation. So what we are telling people to, pay attention to, because there are some research outfits here that do get involved with implementation pretty regularly. And then by building out a data set, in terms of monitoring the impact of a given implementation, they can, support further research. So those are the ones that I was highlighting. Those particular agencies have a Delta connection that might be useful to folks. And so if you want, you can go online. The overarching one would be the California Natural Resources Agency, and you can see how the different agencies have different goals. So for example, the Wildlife Conservation Board is very focused on ecosystem restoration type questions, whereas Department of Water Resources is focused more on flood risk reduction, things like that. So you can see if there's a good fit for partnering, for science to partner with an implementation, because these are large landscape scale actions that potentially will happen. So it'd be nice to have some science to go along with it. But again, they do not call out research, unfortunately, in the climate funds, the climate bond funding. Sorry to say.
I cannot see the members online, so if you have questions or comments, just speak up. There you go. Thank you. Okay, I do not see any raised hands at this point. Do we have any public comments?
Yes, we have one from Deirdre Desjardins. Deirdre, you have the ability to unmute your microphone. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Deirdre Desjardins with California Water Research, and there is two major new studies that came out on atmospheric rivers trends on the West Coast. One of them was by Wenhao Dong at NOAA Geophysical Fluid Dynamics Laboratory and UCAR in Boulder. And he found a decline in the frequency and intensity of atmospheric rivers hitting the West Coast over the last, since 1980, over the last 4 decades. And it was seems somewhat contradictory to a study that Gershenov did in 2017, where Gershenov found increased integrated vapor transport associated with Western Pacific warming, and the warm pool is doubled in size. But I did do some review with AI, with DeepSeek, and look closely at it. And the hypothesis is that Sasha's findings was a long-term trend that's thermodynamic. And we did see in 2023, one of the atmospheric rivers tapped in all the way over near Indonesia and had huge IVT. But there's also dynamic changes, and particularly the Pacific jet is moving northward. So I wanted to send you that, and it would really be helpful, especially since this incredibly important federal research is in the process of being defunded. But I think it's incredibly important to look at the trend in atmospheric rivers, particularly there's a second paper that hypothesizes that the poleward shift of the Pacific subtropical jet in winter, the winter months when we get the most of our precipitation, December, January, and February, is due to poleward shift of the Hadley cell. And climate models don't really capture that these trends are showing in satellite data, but another study that just got published showed that it's not really captured by climate models. It's an area of active research, but I think it's incredibly important. And I actually first noticed the declining trend in atmospheric rivers in January in a supplementary info to one of Sasha Gershenov's articles. And I'm like, that's interesting. But there's 2 studies now that have found it. And I think it's really important to look at these trends. And I think that it's probably too late to get them into this issue of State of Bay-Delta science, but I hope at some point the federal research that's happening can be more integrated. particularly now if it's not getting integrated with the defunding of federal climate research. We'll just lose these pieces of the puzzle, and they're incredibly important. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree, and I'm really thankful for the insights. I'll make sure to share these with the editorial board, but it may be in there because Sasha's paper just went in, and he brings a lot to the table on there, and it's possible that these Hadley Cell papers you're talking about are in there. So but I'm glad that you're sharing them. I'll take what you can send me though. So thank you so much, Deirdre.
The paper Dawn's paper literally just came out March 29th, 2025. So maybe not.
Maybe not then. Yeah. Great. Thank you.
Any other public comments?
No additional public comments.
All right. So thank you very much, Lisa Marie. We are a little bit ahead of time. Should we just have a 15-minute break and then continue, or should we stick to the agenda times? Break 15 minutes and then continue. All right. So short break. All right, welcome back after this short break to our monthly meeting. Our next agenda item is reflections on the California Water and Environmental Modeling Forum meeting. So the California Water and Environmental Modeling Forum's annual meeting has just concluded. It happened from May 12th to May 14th here in Folsom. And we just like to share our impressions and reflect on what we learned that could inform current or future review topics, but not limited to that, of course. So we'd just like to hear from people who have been here all week. I know a few of you have, and then the rest of us were there just yesterday. So any comments? Obe? Obe just looks at me.
Yeah, I was here since Monday morning, Sunday evening I came. I thought it was important to attend because this is a forum on modeling. And, although it's a long week for me by now, but I'm happy that I came because I was able to see firsthand the people who actually do the work, particularly from DWR and other agencies, and their work and the future directions and all that. So in a way, that was the best way to learn about it. Unfortunately, there were concurrent or multiple sessions in each time slot. Although sometimes I would want to go to multiple sessions, I couldn't. So what I did was to focus on things that we are working on. First, I want to learn more about modeling, and I will mention a few things I learned. And then the second thing is workshops we are working on, primarily the climate symposium, and I try to attend all the sessions that have a climate angle to it, or there were papers on how they deal with the climate. I better get close to this mic. So in terms of modeling, the main tool is calcium 3, which runs on a monthly time scale. And I was looking for efforts to improve that in terms of temporal and spatial scales. I saw some, but I think the calcium 3 is the, as we call it, model of record. Or they use that for all the planning exercises. And sometimes I wonder, it can give you water supply, but can it give you enough information or details on flood protection and also ecosystem performance? So, but then I heard about the whole bunch of other tools that are being developed or that are being used that seemed to be very helpful or beneficial for the, tremendous effort, particularly the DWR is, conducting. In particular, I heard about a calcium hydro, which seemed to have a smaller time scale, and there were some other efforts that are looking at daily time scale simulations and so forth. So I couldn't connect all of them very well, but I'm glad I was exposed to it. And then there was some efforts to look at, like fish larva movement and others using particle tracking and all that. But then there were other, the second model, probably the most common model is the DSM, which is the one that simulates hydrodynamics and water, hydrodynamic and water quality within the delta. And then there's a DSM-2, and there's an effort to develop a further, improve that model. Now, the DSM-2 is unfortunately one-dimensional model, so it's not probably useful in some cases, perhaps. But then they also have something called SHISM model, which is a 3D model that allows you to go over bank and get more detail, whether it's vertically or horizontally. So, and some of it is operational. The other interesting observation I had was every time they all speak the same language. They would say IFRO, and if you are an outsider, you wouldn't know what that is. Even the DSM, you wouldn't know, right? But they all understand each other when they talk about that jargon. So, this the other tool that was interesting is the surface water groundwater hydrology model called CVSM fine grid model. And they use that for understanding the recharge, or what they call managed aquifer recharge, or flood MA and other types of MA models, which I thought was interesting. So they were talking about, can we link this calcium-3 and flood MA? So I observed all these different, somewhat independent group within even DWR. I think there's something called model support group, that they brainstorm each other. Maybe we should do this next, kind of a thing. So I think that was encouraging to see, although I didn't follow all those discussions. And there was a lot of effort I saw that they're trying to use machine learning. They already use machine learning within DSM, but I think they're trying to make more progress on that in the effort. And every time they develop a model, they make it available publicly, which maybe they are required to do so. And they have what they call a dashboard every time. People can go play with it, right? So that's on the modeling side. The other side, I looked at all the climate stuff, and it looks like this perturbation of historical sequences is still the practice that they are using, which I feel like I think many of us have problems with that, because how can we generate more future potential mega droughts or wet periods and so forth in that kind of exercise? So I was wondering, and then the other thing that was very interesting is this whole concept of decision scaling, which they're all excited about, right? There was a whole session on that. And I was thinking about it, and I think something I've talked to some of you about, probably we need to look under the hood and understand that, because everybody is excited about that. You could generate like 10,000, a cloud of 10,000 points and run, and then look at temperature change versus precipitation change and simulate the system. And they go beyond that, look at the metrics, whether it's for aquifer recharge or water supply and others. And they made those data available to the public already for impact assessment. But I'm wondering if it is a little bit premature. So we want to understand this. I guess all the magic is done in this tool called weather generator, which I was wondering how is it connected to potential increased frequency of atmospheric rivers or any other changes. So that's why we need to I feel like we need to get those documents and papers and understand. So when we review something, we know how it is done if they mention that. And one last session, there were a couple of other sessions I attended. There's a statewide Delta plan session, I think was something I attended. And they were asking, are there any topics that we should be considering? And we need to hire some technical expert group on that. And so there's one suggestion to look at subsidence, and I suggested look at deep uncertainty as a special topic that you need to cover in the Delta plan because of uncertainties that are out there. And so that was, and then finally I attended a complete session on atmospheric rivers, which was very interesting. Mike Dettinger was there and a few others. So there were two interesting talks. Mike gave a very nice summary of up-to-date, the importance of atmospheric rivers. And then another gentleman from Scripps San Diego gave a modeling exercise to show how they might change in the future. And I think the basic message was, and something I wanted to ask, there is more intensity and of atmospheric rivers, maybe higher frequency. And this is something I'm hoping we could cover in this climate symposium. But I wanted to add this, I think something that Deirdre, who had shared the paper with us, saying poleward shift of atmospheric rivers. I think that summary that she provided, which we were very thankful to her for providing that, I guess, AI generated summary of those few papers. I didn't get that impression. Is the poleward shift, is it within the Bay Delta region or outside? I think there's an interpretation in there. That's something we want to know because that would be very important. I think the summary that she provided says there might be less atmospheric rivers that would impact water supply. That means we may have more droughts. And I think there was also discussion in her summary. Anyway, so I think this is something, one of the what we call stressors we need to understand a little better in terms of future conditions. So that's, there are many other sessions that I attended, but that's kind of a summary of real high level summary.
Thanks a lot, Obe. Anybody like Lisa?
I have a few comments. Thank you, Obe. Yeah, I think I also, like Obe, saw there was some really useful climate change analysis being done, and there's a lot to bring forward. What I was thinking about was what of the science feeds into our decision-making under deep uncertainty, and what are we learning about what they're already doing versus where our recommendations might push them a little further. And first of all, I just want to acknowledge there was a group from DWR doing groundwater recharge modeling, and I was just so impressed with what they were doing. It was such a great example of making uncertainty information useful for decision makers. And that came about from two things: that they picked very useful performance metrics. They were very thoughtful about their performance metrics in what they showed us. I think they told us they had over 1,600 performance metrics. And so we didn't see them all, but what they showed us was very interesting. And then they put it in a risk assessment framework. So, for example, they could say things like, if this climate future turns out to be true, 54% of the time you'll get lower performance across the response surface of temperature and precipitation changes. So also narrowed by the global climate circulation model. I don't want to have to explain all this stuff, but anyway, the point is they're looking at a range of potential, looking across uncertainty in temperature and precipitation changes, and they're able to deliver metrics that are not that hard to understand and potentially useful for decision making. So it was a really great example of that. I also got a really good definition of decision scaling, which I've really been looking for, and that was that it's nice common language, how the system performs in the future and under what conditions does it break? So this is what the purpose of decision scaling is. Of course, there's a lot more detail to how they do it. So in terms of an opportunity, so they are already doing a lot of things that we've been talking about under DMDU, and they are trying to make these tools available. Obey's pointed out that there could be a risk if everyone starts using a tool that we are not completely comfortable with how they're assessing the risk. But on the other hand, I think there's still some opportunity to think about adding in more social risks. They haven't thought about that. They haven't thought about changes in agricultural systems, changes, they have thought a little bit about seismic concerns, but they haven't necessarily worked that into these scenarios. So they're not trying to do everything, but in terms of looking at the ability to deliver water and protect ecosystems and prevent floods, it may be useful to consider some of these more extreme scenarios that include the social and the seismic risks. But also there isn't a big focus on the idea of putting extreme events in sequence or compounding risks. So there's still some opportunity there. They may have reasons why they don't want to do those scenarios, and that they could be quite valid, but I think that it's still a discussion point. So that's all I have.
One thing I forgot to mention is what I call these non-climatic drivers or stressors. There was one paper that talked about this subsidence south of Delta and the subsidence that affects the aqueduct itself. And there was something like 87% reduction in capacity. It's so sensitive to the sigma. So, and that I thought was very alarming, and this whole uncertainty of the subsidence could affect many things. So something this non-climatic may not be covered.
Thank you too. Virginia?
Sure. So I was really impressed with the quality of the presentation and the quality of the presenters. These were top-notch modelers who really knew what they were doing and knew a lot more, of course, than I did. But that was really clear. But from my perspective as a landscape ecologist, I felt like so many of them were delving down into the details, and I wanted them to look at the bigger picture because that's where I think. And so it doesn't mean it's wrong or anything. It's just I have this different perspective. So for instance, I liked the fact that they were using indicators, but one of the presentations started with 182 indicators, and I don't know how those were selected. And then they divided up by space and then by time. And so they ended up with thousands of indicators. So, I would like to see if you have 182, how were those selected? And then the other part of my comment is they kept mentioning how important it was to engage with stakeholders, but in the presentations they gave, I didn't see where that was. And, it was out there, I assume, but knowing how the questions they were asking related to what the people, the NGOs, the indigenous tribes, even the decision maker role was pretty clear because they were facing, who's going to turn off the water, who's going to control the dams. That was pretty clear, but I didn't see the other players represented as much as I would like to. So I asked different questions than a lot of them did. And so not all of them were answered.
Thank you, Virginia. Any other impressions, ideas?
There's just so much going on. You get closer. It is on.
Can you hear it now?
There's so much going on. I've never thought like a landscape ecologist like Virginia, but it just seems like is there someone watching everything? There's like all these pieces and, they look very high quality. I didn't see a lot about fish, but I didn't expect to, so that's okay. But it just seems like there's so much going on and all of it looks so promising. I wonder how they're going to put it all together. That's kind of what I walked away with in terms of the planning. Now, my guess is they do have a plan, and that just wasn't the topic of the conference. Somewhat, you know, a strategic way to combine all this information. But boy, the pieces they look great. I mean, there's a lot going on, and it was, after a while, it was like, you know, I never thought I'd say I'd get tired of hearing about models, but there were a lot of models in that presentation, which is promising.
Yeah, I was really grateful for the session on the Co-Equal project because I had heard many times about it, but I really didn't know what was in there. So that was very informative for me. Yeah. Otherwise, the models were way over my head. So
Kenny's point is a good one. That we see all these different tools of various temporal, spatial scales. I wish we could put together the diagram for like how these are linked and for what purpose, right? There could be multiple diagrams, one for water supply. At some point, I'm hoping we will get something like that.
I'm sure it exists, and I just don't think that was the forum for it, but I'm sure it exists. I'd like to see it too.
So at the risk of being repetitive of what I always say, it would really be nice if we had kind of a conceptual diagram of the whole delta. And then when somebody speaks, they could say, I'm looking at this piece of it. And that would really help me understand so much how all these different valuable, important pieces fit in to that broader question.
all right, that sounds like a great sentence to end on. All right, well, thanks for sharing your impressions of the meeting. Are there public comments?
Yes, we have one from Deirdre Desjardins. Deirdre, you have the ability to unmute your microphone.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on Andrew Schwartz's climate adjusted historical hydrology. My job was to look closely at the modeling, and I did question some of DWR's modelers in the Delta Tunnel permit proceeding, change in point of diversion proceeding. And it was just very frustrating because I did try to work with Andrew Schwartz about the reduction in runoff efficiency that I found in like the past decade. There's been a really marked downturn in runoff efficiency, and it just wasn't taken into account in that hydrology. And they literally said in the report, when I went in and looked closely at it, we'll deal with temperature later. And if you look at the report on the Southwest mega drought, the reason the drought was so bad was we're now seeing hot droughts and there's much greater evapotranspiration. And also just the summers are hotter and drier and a bit longer. So the forests are taking more, even without a drought, the forests take more water out of the root zone in the summer. So they just punted on that. Andrew did a double mass plot and said, well, we see a clear reduction in runoff frequency, but we'll look at that again in 5 years. And it has been an issue. Like I've said, I've worked since 2012. I, really advocated for DWR to start looking at climate change impacts on runoff. So it's an ongoing struggle. I've just noticed some institutional resistance to look at anything that would reduce show a reduction in flows available for diversion. And I've read all of the reports back to 2006. So it's hard to see if you haven't really dug into the details. And it looks like they're doing a comprehensive job, but that's really a blind spot. And we also saw it with their snow runoff forecast, where they just weren't adjusting their snow runoff forecast to deal with climate change. And the whole problem with the entire permitting plan is it doesn't look at the recent shift in reduction in runoff over the last 40 years. It's quite striking when you look at it. And if you look at the model uncertainties in the global climate models, there really are some question marks. For instance, this new research about atmospheric rivers shifting northward. Another thing is the shift in the tropical Pacific, where we're seeing more La Nina-like conditions. And that affects Southern California precipitation more, but it does have an effect in Central and Northern California. And so I don't know how to get this into the mix, but I really hope that the board will at least consider what I call epistemic uncertainty in decision-making. Under deep uncertainty, we can do all the studies we want with the existing models, but we know there's some real processes that they don't capture, such as the northward shift of the subtropical jet, and such as the pattern, the La Nina-like trends in the tropical Pacific over the last 40 years. And so I feel like there's unwarranted confidence in the models, and we're not even doing the kind of close studies of the historical data that we need to do to go, wow, runoff is really declining. Maybe we should look for causes. So I'm working on trying to write that up in a more coherent way. It's just a lot of work. And I will get you the summary of the atmospheric river paper.
You know, I must say, I forgot to mention this, you know, we looked at the conveyance report very carefully, you know, what and how many chapters, 70 chapters. So, and we looked at all the modeling. I feel like DWR is on the right track to improve the way they look at climate. They may not be there yet. You know, this idea of using decision scaling, I think using global climate models to guide the weather generator and others. So, and we did ask about the limitations of that approach, but I feel like it's a step in the right direction. And I'm hoping that they could make improvements to the weather generator to, if there's any shift in the atmospheric rivers, how do we incorporate that into that model? You know, so there might be some limitations, but I feel like this combining all these climate scenarios into the future and then getting the, and they even have the model, the Sacramento soil moisture counting model, which simulates the shift in snow to rain. I think that was incorporated into the managed aquifer recharge project. So I think they're beginning to put all the pieces into place and the metrics. So I feel like this is a step in the right direction, and maybe we need to kind of understand that and see if there is any input that we can provide when the opportunity arises, you know, to get those improvements in place. That's kind of how I feel compared to the EIR report that we looked at, where they did simple historical perturbations, which did not simulate the potential occurrence of mega droughts in the future or effect of atmospheric rivers or any other. So I feel like this is in the right direction, and we should kind of recognize that and give I know, we should comment that, I think. It might be limitations, but I think we should comment. I feel like we should comment that they are following a right path on this. That's my feeling.
Lisa wanted to.
Yeah, I'd just like to add to that. So I agree with what Obe is saying, and we did learn specifically, Deirdre brings up a lot of really good points, and it's not that they're doing everything she brings up, but the weather generator, they say it includes these three characteristics. The transition from snow to rain has been added, increased evapotranspiration, and increased atmospheric moisture holding capacity. So, wetter storms. So this is the way they've layered on climate change into the historic record of weather. Is it perfect? Probably not, but I do think, at least to some degree, they are responding to these kinds of comments.
If I could say just a moment. So the increased moisture holding is the thermodynamic change, but what they're not taking into account is the dynamic changes that are reducing the frequency of landfalling atmospheric rivers. And so, yeah, the shift for some of the dynamic changes, shift from rain to snow, and increased moisture holding.
Yeah.
They are taking into account.
Yeah, that's correct. The Clausius-Clapeyron relationship, 7% approximately for each degree of Celsius. So in their grid, they show 7% to 35% because they go up to 5 degrees. And 35% increase in extreme is a lot. But on top of that, if they have dynamic effect, which is more important on sub-daily duration. So I think this is another area they could improve, but they're trying to incorporate these changes in the atmospheric processes that could be happening due to warming. But that may also need some improvement. Right now, they are increasing for every degree Celsius, they increase by that 7% magic number. That is generally an empirical number that everybody's using up to now, because nobody knows how to model those dynamic effects within the storm. How does the updraft change and all that? So that's an area of research. So I think that eventually might be incorporated, but I'm hoping, I agree with Deirdre that, there is effect of both thermodynamics and the dynamic effects within the storm that needs to be, because I've seen papers in the Netherlands, your hourly rainfall could increase by 14% due to combination of both.
All right. I'm sure we're going to be talking more about these things. Thank you, Deirdre. Thank you both. Are there any other public comments?
No additional public comments.
All right, and we'll move on to agenda item 8, which is planning for a climate science research symposium. And just to give the background, we are planning to organize and host a public symposium on climate science in the Delta on September 16th and 17th at UC Davis. The prospectus has been finalized and revised to account for the new timeline, because originally we were going to have one-day symposia on different dates. A briefing paper, now known as the Summary of Select Literature, has been prepared, and we would like to continue the discussion from last month and discuss any comments on the Summary of Select Literature. We may take action on the next steps. And before we dive into comments, I'll turn over to Anna Michalak to provide an overview and lead the discussion. Anna?
Great, thank you, Inga. So as members of the board know, we've discussed this document on a couple of occasions, and both the document and the framing of the document have evolved over time. As Inga mentioned, the document that you're, in its current form is a summary of select literature, and the literature was based on recommendations from public commenters, from discussions we had at the scoping stage for the workshop, by the Delta ISB members and staff. And the way in which the summary was prepared was to include this list of 50 sources that range from individual peer-reviewed papers to larger scale reports and assessments into a tool called Notebook LM, which is an AI tool that, rather than pulling information from everything that's available online, focuses on the information that's provided in the trusted documents that were included into the notebook. It's not intended to capture all documents or all literature that's related to climate change in the region. Instead, it really summarizes the content found in these documents that were recommended to us and that are relevant to the questions that are listed in the prospectus. And so if you look at the prospectus, as you know, the symposium itself is framed around questions that we intend to get a deeper understanding of as part of the workshop, and that we will then dive more deeply into following the workshop. The speakers at the workshop are experts who will help us understand these questions from the perspective of what is the absolute state of the science related to climate and the Delta. And so what we did in the Notebook LM exercise is write prompts that summarized the information contained in these source documents as they pertain to these questions. So it really just summarizes the content that's already in these background documents that are relevant to the questions that you saw in the prospectus. It is intended to be a easy way for people coming into the workshop whose primary area of expertise might not be in climate change to efficiently gain a baseline of understanding so that we can focus the discussion on the workshop on more of the really state of the science, bleeding edge, deep discussions. And so really it was intended as a facilitation tool to be looked at prior to the workshop. So it is definitely not meant to be the latest science on the questions, because that's really what the symposium itself will be for. Importantly, it is also not a product of the Science Board. It is just a summary of the published documents, and it's intended, again, to serve as a starting point for discussions at the symposium. The product that will come out of the symposium will be generated by the Delta Science Board itself and will be a product of the Delta Independent Science Board. I know that you have had access to this summary that was generated by the Notebook LM previously, and we've discussed it previously. One of the things that you can't pull out when you extract text from the Notebook LM tool is the detailed references, where in the way that Notebook LM answers the prompts for almost every statement that it makes, it provides hyperlinks where if you click on them, it points you not just to the document that it sourced that information from, but the specific highlighted passage that was the basis for a particular statement. And that's a useful aspect of it that is lost once you convert into just a text document. And so we're now open to providing a read access to the Notebook LM itself upon request. And I don't know, Edmund, if you wanted to show the Notebook LM interface or if you would like me to do that.
Either works. I'm ready to screen share if you want me to.
That would be great, if you don't mind, because that way I'm not actually sure if I have, well, it looks like I do have screen sharing. And so this is what the Notebook LM looks like when you interact with it. And so what you see in the left-hand column are all of the documents that were uploaded, again, based on a consultation with the public, with the board, with our scoping discussions. And when you write prompts to the Notebook LM, which you would do in that middle column, you could even check boxes or uncheck boxes if you wanted to, for example, not rely on a particular report, or if you feel that you wanted to remove, I don't know, a certain type of source or a certain author or whatever is relevant from that perspective. And so in this version that we could share with people upon request, you could interact with it and delve deeper into aspects of these documents that you would like to know about prior to the workshop to understand the background information better, but in a way that might be substantially more efficient than actually reading the thousands of pages that in the aggregate these documents represent. And then on the right-hand column, so the third one, part of what you see is some of the prompts that were used in generating that text document that we have circulated. And I see that Edmund has clicked on one as an example. And so, prompt 1.4, can you click on the title so we can read the full prompt at the top? Or maybe you might have to scroll, but prompt 1.4 was summarize information from the source documents about, and as Edmund scrolls, I can keep reading, about the degree of reliability of current downscaled climate products for regional application in the Delta region. Use academic language and approximately 500 words. So this is an example of one of the prompts that were used in creating the document that you saw. And the text that you see in the saved note is identical to the text that you see in that text document. However, what you can see here is all of these gray circles, which are showing you exactly where a given statement comes from. So when you click on it, it shows you what the source document was. You can see the title at the top, the Delta Adapts Climate Change Vulnerability Assessment 2021.pdf, but it actually shows you in highlighted purple exactly where that piece of information was sourced. So hopefully this gives you more clarity both into how that document was generated, but also if you would like to dig deeper into where certain statements come from, or prompt the notebook LM yourself with different types of questions, you could do that. And so just to bring it all together, this notebook LM is different from other chatbots that you might be familiar with, like ChatGPT, which would take information from any source. And so the attempt here was, there was this tension between, on the one hand, you're relying on a smaller subset of sources, so it is not everything. However, you have much more control to include only those sources that are that those whom we canvassed deemed reliable, and you have a much easier way of linking the statements that are being made with the original source documents. Okay, and so the cover page of this document has been updated to reflect these points and make it very clear that it is not an ISB document itself. Previously, we've discussed different versions of this, and as a result, we've changed a few things. So we've changed the way the prompts are worded. We've also added that clarifying language at the top, and we think that given the intention of this document, calling it a summary is more reflective of what it really is, rather than the term briefing document, which is what we originally used. And so the question for us to discuss today is, how does the board feel about this document at this time? Are there any thoughts about the outputs that were generated? And ultimately, what we need to decide as a group is, should we move forward with this document as material that will be provided to workshop participants prior to the workshop, as essentially an aid to giving them background information in an efficient way? Or are there concerns that would prevent us from doing so? In which case, everyone comes to the symposium can just gather their own list of documents, do their own reading, and do their own learning. And that's the alternative, is we simply don't provide this as a tool. Maybe I'll leave it at that and then open up the floor for discussion. Or questions, if people have questions.
Thank you, Anna. Hang on. I think I want to clarify that we would still be able to use the document for ourselves, right? Our use. I mean, if option 2 came into effect and you would be able to give it to workshop participants, but we could still use it within the Delta ISB, right, as preparation. Do I understand that right?
I would defer all such questions to Edmund to make sure I don't say the wrong thing or say something that's inaccurate.
I think we should be clear on the 2
Yeah,
alternatives.
that is correct. If the board decides not to have this as a symposium material, you will still have a document to help with planning or for your informational purposes.
Okay, thank you.
And then at this stage, you have read it, so you've already downloaded the information.
Right. So I mean, one way to think about it is, for those of you who haven't had a chance to read it, is it something that is helpful to you coming into the workshop? And if so, is that a tool that we want to provide to everyone who will be attending the workshop?
Kenny had his sign up.
Yeah, so another clarification, Anna. So if it is distributed as a workshop preamble, does anyone who gets it will be able to do what you just showed? Or do they need to download software in order to be able to trace back where the information came from?
Yep. So the way the Notebook LM is set up is just a browser. So just another tab that you would open in Chrome or whatever browser you use. It's closed by default. So if you're familiar, for example, with like Google Docs or those kinds of online tools, by default it's closed, and that's why what someone would need to do. So, for example, Lauren or Edmund is receive a request, and then a person's email would be added as someone who has permission to view the notebook. We would not make them editors. An editor would be able to, for example, add more documents or delete documents or, save new notes, those things that are on the right-hand side based on additional prompts that they would write that would then appear for other people. And we feel like that's not appropriate in this context. But with view access, you can see the documents, you can write your own prompts based on any subset of documents you want. And you can see that those saved notes on the right-hand side that correspond to what's in that extracted text document, so that you can see where certain statements come from if you want to cross-check them with the source documents. But it does not require the download of any software. It's just a purely browser-based tool.
Thanks. I had another question, if that's okay. I'm trying to remember what it was. It came to me when you were saying that. These 50 some odd documents that were used to seed. Who selected those? Did you screen them with I know your name, Obey. Like, are they, because that's what I worry about a little bit is are they all, credible? Someone has screened them, not necessarily studied them, but they're reputable. Is that?
Yeah. So I would say they came from 3 types of sources. So the first sources originally, Obey and I, when Margot was still here, brainstormed a initial set of synthesis documents and reports that pertain to the Delta that we were already aware of. Then the second subset are when we had scoping discussions with DWR, with Delta scientists and so on, documents that they recommended were added. And then we also had a public comment period where the public could recommend additional documents that should be included, and then we considered those and added those as appropriate as well. I should say, like, Notebook LM is limited to 50 documents, so it's by no means comprehensive. it's by no means perfect. And so really, I think the decision that we have to make is, does the benefit of having an easy way to be brought up to speed outweigh the fact that it's not perfect, and it's not, every paper that has been written, it has limitations, right? And I think if we're being honest, if we read documents ourselves, there's also limitations because our brains are
Sure.
not perfect, and we might have had one more cup of coffee or one fewer. And even if we had delegated this to, for example, the fellows, they're also human. They're also not perfect. So there is no such thing as a perfect document here. The use of AI in this context is obviously very new. There's a huge amount of efficiency that comes from it. But there is a certain, different level of control. And I know that people's level of comfort varies, and that's absolutely valid. For me, the intention of this was, can we just make it very easy to bring people up to a level so that the starting point of the symposium we don't spend the first, let's say, half a day or one day of the symposium going through that background information, that we can jump in at a higher level. And this is the approach that we thought was feasible.
So I had one last question and then I'll be quiet.
Okay.
Or are people?
Forever.
So what we always look at with journals is what was the rejection rate, right? So were any documents that were suggested or proposed not included?
Yeah, I think, I noticed that it used few of them more so than some others, and there were some who were not used at all, I think.
Okay.
I don't think that, I think I understood your question differently. I thought you were asking whether any documents that were recommended by the public were then not included. I would have to defer to Edmund and Lauren on that. I don't remember, receiving unreasonable documents, right? That were, written by someone who had a particular, let's say, view that they were trying to advocate. I'm not going to claim that they're all of equal, quality. They're certainly very different in terms of level of generality and whether they're more synthesis documents versus individual papers. But I don't remember, Lauren or Edmund, whether there's any that were recommended that we chose not to include. It may well be simply just because we came up to that 50 document limit.
Okay, thanks very much.
And just to clarify, we did not end up screening any of the materials that the public provided because they asked the ISB here are materials to consider. So it just summarizes the documents that were suggested. And I think we kind of have that in the paper, that it's a summary of suggested documents too.
So pretty much all, either ones we found as a board, recommended by an agency or the public, were included.
Yeah, and you can see through the notebook LM if there is and also in the printed document, we have a bibliography list. So if there is a document that you're questioning, we could quickly remove that document from the list.
Okay.
But most of it was peer-reviewed literature, agency documents.
Yeah, I know I'm probably overly focused on process, but I just want to get a good sense of what process was used for it. Okay, now I'll be quiet.
Okay, then I'll hand on to Bob. Diane, I saw you now.
Next.
But Bob can go first if that's fine. Mine's more of a suggestion.
Okay,
I don't.
thank you.
Okay, well, let me ask this. If I recall correctly, the symposium really has two parts. One, in my mind, one is about climate science and its scientific basis and how it's progressing. The second part is how the climate science is being used by organizations and to make decisions. And in looking at the literature that was kind of listed at the end of the document, it seems as though at least 99% of it or more really relates to climate science rather than literature reports from organizations on how they're actually using the information to help make decisions. Now, whether it's philanthropic organizations or insurance companies or NGOs and so forth, many of these, they have major programs on climate adaptations in the Delta, and yet I didn't see any literature that was included on this. And this is really almost half of the symposium, as at least as I envision it. And so it really leaves me, I have a whole bunch of questions around the 50 or so references that were used, but it seems to me that those references and the application of AI techniques to those references leaves us with a very narrow swath of information, much more so than I think, well, I'll speak for myself as a scientist. It leaves me very uncomfortable that it's much too narrow. Now, granted, this isn't my field, but I would really like to understand that feel comfortable that the foundation that was used to generate this document is solid and is not overly skewed in one direction or another. And right now, I've come away, I guess, feeling very strongly that it may be accurate, but it is skewed along a very narrow line of information that's being fed into the AI process. So anyway, this is a real concern to me, and it's one of the reasons I don't know if my remarks have been circulated to others on the committee and so forth, but I feel rather strongly that this is a document. It's a great effort on the part of you, Anna, and Obey and the others, the staff and so on, as learning about how AI works and how it doesn't work, whether or not it can actually pick up gaps in the climate science. Is it actually being is it a comprehensive evaluation of where climate science is going? And are there major gaps out there that are not being included in a lot of these models? That's a great effort and really appreciated. But I think at this stage, I still feel strongly that it should be for internal consumption only, to help educate us and help us along in terms of us learning how to do this better, perhaps the next time around. And the symposium is basically 3 months away, maybe a little bit longer, but it's not too far in the future. And there's still a lot of just nuts and bolts that need to be done to prepare for a 2-day symposium in terms of getting speakers to agree, setting up a program, looking at how we're going to structure it, whether it's going to be speakers and commentaries, and anyway, and then also kind of dividing up how we're actually going to handle the aftermath of a symposium like that, to produce a coherent document. So hopefully we don't get stuck on this for too long, but I'm still very uncomfortable having this go out for public consumption. Internal consumption, yes, but public consumption, I think it might, skew people's views of climate science in ways that I know I'm not comfortable with yet. So I'll leave it there.
So maybe if I can respond, I think there's three aspects to what you said, Bob. And so the first is, whether this tool is adequate for finding gaps in the literature and gaps in the science. And I would say that this is not at all the questions, the prompts that were given, and not at all something that I would trust an AI tool for. I would say that's precisely what we have the symposium for, is to understand what those gaps are, understand, where the science is going, what needs to transpire next. And so I completely agree with you. That would be very inappropriate to ask an AI bot to identify gaps. I'm completely on the same page with you. But again, that's not what the document is doing. The second point you made is the extent to which the literature that was included is relevant to the second day of the workshop. And so as you were speaking, just as an example, I pulled prompt 2.3, which is sort of later in the second day discussion, and that prompt read, summarize conclusions from the source documents about whether the current and previous efforts to address climate change in the region are adequate for enhancing resilience in the Bay-Delta system. Use academic language and approximately 500 words. And I picked this one for two reasons. One is because I think it makes clear that we're not asking it to find gaps. We're asking it, hey, read these documents and tell us what they say about what the gaps might be. And to me, that's fundamentally different. Although, again, I could, respectfully, we can respectfully disagree. But what I really did is I went to the notebook and I just wanted to see which of the documents it had used to answer that prompt, given your concern, Bob, about whether documents that were more focused on that aspect were included in the literature. And so if I look at the responses to that prompt, the references it used to answer this question, which I think is squarely a question of the type that you were highlighting, is in no particular order, Central Valley Flood Protection Plan update from 2022, the Delta Adapts Climate Change Vulnerability Assessment from 2021, the Delta Adapts Draft Adaptation Plan from 2025, the vulnerability assessment again, so Delta Adapts again. I'm just clicking through as I go. And I won't have time to click through all of them, but I just want to give you a flavor. So again, I'm not going to go through all of them, but those are the types of documents that it's primarily pulling from. So it's for that particular question, it's pulling primarily from these, larger assessment reports that were put together by state agencies and so on. I can keep clicking through. I think that was your second point. Your first point was, are we asking you to identify gaps? I would say we absolutely not. The second was, what documents is it using for these more day two types of questions? And this is one example. And your third point was that we need to move on and the workshop is in 3 or 4 months and there are many things left to do. And I completely agree. We're not going to do this 5 more times. So I think today we just need to decide, are we going to use this document? And if so, move forward. But we're not going to keep iterating on this. This is either a tool or a resource that we will provide to workshop participants, or it's not. But I think we're at a point where we're just going to be making that decision.
Okay, I'd like to say, maybe remind people of how this came about. And I think the idea behind producing this document is a really good one, because you will have workshop participants with various levels of knowledge on the subject. And in order to be more efficient in the workshop and using the workshop, better, it would be wonderful to bring them to a certain level by being able to refer to this document. I also think transparency is the key. I mean, now you added text and you say very clearly what it is and what it isn't. And I trust the participants of the workshop to understand the difference, So, so I agree with you, Anna. I mean, we have to decide today what's going to happen. And
can I say something?
Sure.
I'm the co-conspirator on this.
Of course.
We started this last October, right? These types of symposia you have experience on all these other workshops you have organized. It takes time. And now that we combine the two workshops into one back to back, we really need time to, invite people. In fact, I talked to Mike Dettinger, he's willing. So we need to start talking to those people like tomorrow, right? Fortunately, Edmund has a planning meeting. I hope that we can start doing that. So my point is, can we just, if we all agree this could be an internal document up to the point of the symposium, we just leave it at that and start planning for the workshop? Will that be acceptable to everybody?
Well, I'd like to comment on that, and I think I'll probably be reiterating something of what Inga said. I do think that we can trust the people reading this to understand what it is and it isn't, and if they don't, they can come to the workshop and tell us what we did wrong, and that will be a useful conversation. I think I wouldn't prefer not to keep it to ourselves, because as Inga said, it would be nice if we could get everyone up to a level where we can have this conversation that's focused on the bleeding edge, as Anna likes to call it. This is a document meant to summarize the past, the recent past, about what we've done, what we know. It's a stepping stone. It's not in any way a product. It's just a stepping stone. And so I think it's a useful stepping stone. I would rather share it with everybody, because I know that for me, I read through it. I learned things I didn't know. I thought I knew a lot about climate change. I've been studying this a long time, but I learned a few things and I thought it was well organized. And I did not see anything that gave me concerns about bias. Not that I'm a total expert on this, but I didn't see anything that really raised any red flags for me. So that's my 2 cents.
Any other 2 cents? Oh, I'm so sorry, Diane. I forgot about you. You have the word.
Oh, so one point I want to make is the way we work as a board is that our meetings are public. So the public, if they want to know, they know that we've been discussing this document. And so I think we need to keep that in mind, that it's in terms of transparency, we should make it available to people who come to the workshop, because we've been discussing it and it's something that exists. And it's not right for us to keep it to ourselves, and this is informing us. I shouldn't say right, but I am concerned about that as well, because the whole idea of this board is that we are transparent, we're upfront, no secrets. And so that's my one perspective. And then I was going to suggest that what was described about how you could scroll around and figure out where things come from. One way to potentially help people do that is to offer or schedule for the people who are coming to the workshop 1 week before a Zoom opportunity for a demo, where this demo that you just showed but was pretty quick and we're constrained on time, you could say, if you want to know how to use this document, download it, and then people could ask questions, because it's more sophisticated than a regular Google Doc, right? But that would, in a way, reinforce what it is. But anyway, these are my first. I'm concerned about not making it available since we've been talking about it. And second, I think we could reinforce what it is by having a training session that would be potentially useful for the participants. Also me, because
That's a great idea.
Tanya has her hand up.
Just wanted to chime in very quickly, not to belabor the discussion, but I'm on team share the document. I think we can give the appropriate caveats for this document. And when I read through it again, I like Lisa, found some really useful pieces of information in there. And I think the prompts were very carefully crafted to make it clear, like you said, Anna, that we're not trying to just get AI to identify something very subjective. It's summarizing what's in the documents in an integrated way. And I think having, just some clear information about how this works, and maybe that's the approach that Diane just suggested with a little demo or some little tutorial that we write up or something like that. I think we can make that pretty clear to people. So, thanks.
I like that idea too. And you could imagine, I mean, maybe we're not quite ready for this level of modernity. Is modernity a word? I'm not sure. But, you could imagine during the workshop, we will have Wi-Fi. People can be logged in. And as we're having a discussion, it would be a very efficient way to dig back into those documents and see, oh, well, what did such and such a report have to say about such and such a topic, right? Think of it as a much more specialized, control F for finding information in a document.
And I'd like to also jump in and make the point that for the subsidence workshop, for example, this approach wouldn't have worked because we needed to communicate with people and get input by having these Zoom meetings, remember, Tanya, because there wasn't literature that could be searched with any kind of AI tool. A lot of what we found out prior to the workshop, we found out by talking to people. So whereas this topic is more suitable for this approach.
So I appreciate these last few comments. I also greatly appreciate the changes that Anna and Obey made to the document to make it very clear what it is. I gave a very few minor suggestions to Edmund on formatting, just to make super clear what the ISB said versus what the Notebook LM said. And I'd like to make a motion. I move.
Can Obi make
Okay,
a
make a
comment
comment
before?
I'm fine if the release is fine if that's what we agree on. I think maybe Dan suggested that we release it, closer to the symposium. What I want to avoid is that this will distract. Like right now, if we release this, for example, to the public, we're going to get comments, oh, you didn't include this paper that came out, or you didn't include those 3 papers that came out of the extremes, journal publication. I just don't want to be distracted because we need this time to plan. If we want to release it right before the symposium or maybe 1 week, and I feel like we should not let this tool drive us. Which having a demo, it might be that.
Yeah.
And let's use it as a tool, but let's not be distracted. That's all that I want to say.
Okay, so if I could comment, I think we can discuss whether we want to have the demo separately. The comment you made about why did you not include this document or that document, we open ourselves up to that exact same kind of feedback with all the documents that we prepare. That's not a unique type of feedback to this approach. I think the one thing that we all agree on is that this is the last discussion we're having on this document. And so one way or another, it's not going to distract us going forward. And so I think Virginia, I think you were about to suggest something. Please go ahead and let's move on to the other aspects of planning this symposium.
So I move to share the report with some minor formatting and editorial changes with all workshop participants. Period.
Shortly before the meeting.
Can we add that? Yeah, can it be clear?
All right, do we have a second?
I'm happy to second, and just to clarify, Virginia.
I second.
Oh, okay, somebody already second. Thank you.
Okay, Diane.
But just to clarify, the changes that we would make would be to the formatting, and as you said, Virginia, to clarify what is, things that humans wrote versus the summaries that were generated. We previously discussed that what we don't want to do is to start manually editing the responses because then it muddies the waters.
Exactly. I mean, this is adding italics and bolding to make clear what is said by people versus what's said by computer, that sort of thing.
Can I answer?
Yep, I like that.
clarification? So when you say release it to the participant, those are the registered participants who would come to the workshop?
Workshop participants are the
Okay.
words I used.
Okay. So not the general public.
No, not the general public.
Mhm.
That's, we were always just,
I'll clarify. So right now, this document, it's public, it's posted because we're talking about the meeting. When it's shared to workshop participants, we'll post it online too. We'll submit it directly by email, but it'll also be online. But we may not do like a big listserv, but it will be, once it's shared with workshop participants and the board, it's a open document and more people have access to it.
And there's no stipulation of a webinar training or anything.
Well, I just left that out with the idea that we would get something passed and move ahead, because I think we really need to talk about the workshop.
Well, I mean, it affects how people vote, so it may.
Okay,
it may-
that is not a part of this motion.
So it's not, as is.
As is. It's, I moved, I wrote it down to accept and share the
Okay.
report with workshop participants with small formatting changes.
all right. And Diane is still seconding? Okay, okay. Then we'll go and vote. Virginia.
We need public comments first.
Oh, I'm sorry. Public comments.
Yeah, we have one from Deirdre Desjardins. Deirdre, you have the ability to unmute your microphone.
Yeah, I wanted to say, I think this is a valuable document, but not for, wouldn't characterize it as the state of the art. I would characterize it as summarizing the existing knowledge landscape about climate change in, California climate adaptation. And I've brought you various work that, I know is not incorporated, that is state of the art. One thing I will say, people are really starting to understand that there's been acceleration in climate change, that it's nonlinear. And like just looking at the opening sentence of the summary, we're seeing warming of 0.017 degrees Fahrenheit per year. And I know from my nonlinear work that if you look at a nonlinear trend, it's for the Sacramento region, it's literally double that. It's double the estimate that you get using that linear trend. And the reason is that the nonlinear trend has really diverged in the last 10 years from the nonlinear trend. So I think it's just important to not characterize it as, as bleeding edge or necessarily incorporating, state of the art federal research at climate centers like NOAA, GFDL, or incorporating international research like that done at CLIVAR, or, like the recent research on, nonlinear acceleration of climate change. So I just want to caution you about how you characterize it. I think it's a useful summary of recent syntheses. But I hope there'll be a chance to provide some information about what's really, really the current bleeding edge, because it is significantly different from this report.
Annette, did you
if I
want to
can-
respond? Okay, go.
Yeah, so thank you, Deirdre. So maybe I'll clarify, at least when I use the term state of the art and bleeding edge, I was referring to the work that we will do at the symposium, in contrast to what this document is. This document is exactly as you described it, Deirdre. It's a summary of the documents that are as background for the symposium. I very quickly, see, this is the beauty of this, is I quickly went back into the first prompt and I looked for that number you stated, and I clicked to see what the source was. And that particular number comes from Bashevkin, Maharja and Brown, a 2022 paper in Limnology and Oceanography. And so, I am not at all saying it's state of the art. And again, I think we contrast it, right? So there's the state of the art, the bleeding edge, which is what the workshop is for. And then there's the summary of these background documents, which is what is a summary of these background documents. And so for things like what you pointed out, Deirdre, where a particular number is being quoted, it's not that the AI did this math on its own. It's that it's quoting numbers that are directly listed in these background documents.
Yeah, and that's an absolutely fair characterization of the existing knowledge landscape is everybody has been using linear trends. I did talk with OEHHA about the climate indicators for California. I need to publish my nonlinear trend. People are starting to use LOAS for temperature trends, and it grew out of the extreme temperature jumps that we saw in 2023. But yes, a nonlinear dynamicist, I'm like, this is not linear anymore, folks.
Oh, but this is, to me, an exactly, a perfect example of why this is helpful, because it serves as a point of departure for the really recent and ongoing work, which is the fodder for the symposium itself. I'm not sure if people can see online, but Lisa Marie has a comment.
Yes, I was just going to say.
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify that the Bashevkin estimate of 0.017 is a water temperature change over the last 50 years, not an air temperature change. So I'm not sure in the document how we clarify temperature, but that for sure is a water temperature change. And we have a lot of internal variability. And that's how it took a lot of work for them to get to that trend against all the variability. And that was for water, not air.
Yeah, makes sense. Limnology and oceanography. Yeah.
I did want to say, I've been looking very closely at internal variability, and that's a whole discussion about what's internal variability and what's partly forced. And we're starting to understand that some of what we thought was just internal variability is partly forced. So, but that is a really deep, really involved discussion.
All right. So thank you, Deirdre. Should we move ahead and vote now, or are there any other comments? No.
Sorry, no other comments.
I was talking to
I
you.
thought we were referring to the other raised ISB member.
Okay.
Can you get a consensus that, okay, if you're going to release it to the workshop parties?
Well, we are going to do a vote now. We have a motion. We have to vote.
Because we made the motion.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. I thought I was trying to avoid.
Trying to avoid it. Well, let's see. Virginia. Tanya.
Yes.
Diane.
Yes.
Anna.
Yes.
Bob.
No.
Okay. Obi. Oh, you're not certain.
Yeah. I abstain from vote. Is that okay?
Yeah. Oh, okay. Kenny?
That particular motion, no.
Okay. Lisa?
Yes.
Ah, and I vote yes. What do we do with this? It passes.
We only need a majority, so let me just do the math really quickly, just to confirm it passes, but for motions like this, we only need a majority consensus. Because there's an abstain, we don't have 10 members, so let me just double check.
Yeah. Well, I know we really try to avoid this situation. I think we have a majority. Yes, yes,
Majority passes.
yes.
Do we want to have a second motion about releasing the notebook LM for interactive use? Because if I understood Kenny, I think that was part of your concern. And so even though that particular motion has passed, we could now have a different motion that would make more people comfortable with the outcome of the original motion.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. So let's see, I make another motion that we include an opportunity for the people who get this product as part of the workshop, not the general public, but have an opportunity for a relatively brief, but just a webinar on how to use it. A training kind of thing, 30 minutes, 45 minutes, that where they can get comfortable in using it as a tool rather than just a document. I guess that's a long motion.
Can I ask a clarification question, Kenny?
Yes.
Is there's two pieces. I don't make sure I understand whether you're proposing one or the other or both. So there's one piece which is that if someone sends Edmund an email requesting access, Edmund or Lauren would be able to grant them access, and then they could interact with the notebook LM. And the second piece is providing essentially a mini tutorial. Are you proposing both or just one or the other?
Well, I think the first one was part of the motion that passed.
I don't think so. Or I don't know, maybe you misunderstood.
Yeah, I mean, the motion said that this will be distributed to the workshop participants.
Yeah, and just to clarify, I think in your overview, you mentioned that you're open to, we're open now to sharing a notebook LM. So I think that kind of.
Yes.
Yeah,
I didn't know if we needed to vote on that. I didn't know if we needed to vote on that piece as well.
That I believe that passed, and I'm adding a new motion just about the second point that you made, that of offering a tutorial.
Yeah, that's shorter. So adding a tutorial before the workshop for workshop participants, basically, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Optional. It's an optional tutorial.
Yeah.
And so for what it's worth, if that's a motion that people vote for and accept, I would be happy to provide that overview should we choose to move ahead with it.
All right.
I appreciate that.
Do we have a second for that?
I actually just want to make a comment. So, I mean, preparing a seminar on that, including, how to use AI tools. I mean, could broaden to be more how to use AI tools. And then here's what we did. So I guess it sounds a little burdensome to ask her to.
I think what Diane suggested was something like along the lines what Anna did today, which wouldn't be that involved. I mean, just an explanation how you use the tool. That's what I understood.
Yeah. No, I'm not talking about getting them to be experts or anything.
No.
But I think there are going to be people who are like perhaps someone like me, who with 25 minutes of someone showing me the 5 key things you do, I think that would help the communication much better.
No.
But no, I didn't mean for Anna to run a summer school or anything like that, which she probably could, but that's very time consuming.
I would
also
not
a
be qualified to do
Q&A.
that.
It could be almost in a Q&A format.
Yeah,
for people.
Just to jump in, I think this would be aligned with all this discussion we have about stakeholder engagement and being accessible. And it would be optional. And concise. So I'm actually, it's after 5 here and I need to leave, but can I just put in a positive vote for this before I leave? Okay.
We need
It's-
we need a second first.
Okay, I'm gonna second. Can I second?
Okay. Okay.
And can I just make one comment and maybe Edmund and Lauren can answer,
We
but
have a public
do-
comment. I'm sorry.
okay. Oh, I can't make a comment before the public comment? Okay. I'll wait.
You could make a comment
You
first,
can.
Anna, but I think if we do a vote, we need Diane vote. So let's make a comment, then we'll take your comment first,
Okay,
Anna,
my-
then public comment, then.
It's a little chaotic right now. Sorry.
Yeah,
Anna,
yeah.
go.
My quick comment is, do we need a motion for this? I mean, we're not going to have a motion for each speaker we choose to invite and each how we decide on the agenda. So I'm happy to vote for it and I'm supportive. I just don't know if this is something we need a motion for, if it's just part of the agenda of the workshop that we have this, little event before, but I'm happy to do it either way.
It prevented Kenny from voting for the last motion, so that's why we're doing this. So can we quickly do it? It's not a big deal, but I
think
do
we need the
have to
public
take the
comment,
public
right?
comment first. Yeah, yeah.
Deirdre? Or is that old hand?
It might have been an old hand because it was up the whole time.
Okay.
So.
Very
okay.
old hand.
Very old hand. All right. So do we have you seconded, right, Diane?
Yes, yes.
All right. Let's go around. Virginia. Tanya.
Yes.
Diane.
Yes.
Anna.
Yes.
Bob.
I'll abstain.
All right. Obi.
I say no because it's not big. LM is driving this whole process, and I feel like it's not necessary. If anybody wants to learn, they can learn. I don't see the need for a webinar on that, but that's why I say no.
Okay. Wow. You guys are not cooperative today. Penny.
Yes.
Lisa.
I'm going to abstain as well.
All right. I vote yes. So I think the motion passes.
Correct, motion passes.
Okay, I'm really sorry. We have some people who disagree with what the board decided. We usually strive to have unanimity, but didn't work out today. So let's move on, and Diane already left. So do we have any more public comments on this?
You mean the next agenda item number 9? Or the,
Yeah. No, I just wanted to make sure we didn't have any more public comments. Okay, so then we come to the last agenda item, preparation for upcoming Delta ISB meetings. We have a virtual meeting in June, and we'll get a council chair and executive officer report. We will discuss current reviews and activities, and we will get an overview of the Delta Regional Monitoring Program by Melissa Turner and Jennifer Glenn. So that'll be very interesting for us. Are there any public comments?
There are none.
Okay. Do you want to give us a review of items for follow-up, Edmund?
Yeah. So I'll just summarize what just happened now. 2 motions were passed. The first motion that was passed was to release the the summary of select literature with the edit suggested today to the workshop participants. And then second one that passed was offering a tutorial kind of seminar about the tool. In terms of other follow-up items, we received quite a few public comments on the contaminants prospectus, and then we'll probably get a few more late ones, and then board members should review and be prepared to discuss at the next ISB meeting in June. During the Delta Lead Scientist report, Lisa Marie mentioned that they're doing a call for ideas for the NC synthesis group. It's an online survey, so I'll send that out after the meeting today. And if board members have ideas for synthesis topics, you're welcome to complete that survey form. And then for the microplastic symposium, I believe Inga, you mentioned a laundry survey. that board members could help fill out if you want to contribute to that study by SFEI. But that's all I have for follow-up items, unless anyone has anything to add.
Nobody?
And no public comments.
No public comments at this point. So in that case, I adjourn the meeting. Thank you very much for being here. Was 99.9% fun.
Bye.